time I look at you with jealousy, you guys with these coffee mugs.
Yes, but it only went around it. 'Cause it's a
He's
new
not.
apartment.
Oh, coffee.
So it's built up on the mound,
Oh, this is tea.
but it's right on the.
You're probably the
I'm tea. I don't like coffee, so he's got
What used to be the mall.
the air
So the
spoiler
whole thing
stuff.
flooded. That's the first time I've ever experienced flooding.
And Joe has bourbon as his, so
He's not even doing the hard stuff today.
I still didn't get in. No, I'm still up enough.
I'm ready for a 3-day weekend, I'll tell you that.
They have the luxury, they can excuse themselves and go to the break room or wherever they need to go. They can refill. We can't.
I mean, one of the big.
I got a feeling that 24 ounces, I got a feeling 24 is not gonna be enough.
We're able to take a Wawa run, we do. I wish we could provide that.
Remember it always when the floods, the regular floods would happen, it would mostly never flood.
Joanna. Is Denise coming?
Oh, absolutely. See, she's doing such a
Did Milton get that?
no, it's sucked all the water out. I've been in there 31 years.
What street do you live on? Okay.
Which one, this way or to the west?
Y'all ready?
Yeah, our house,
You guys ready?
Short sale years ago. Carolyn Johnson lived there.
yeah, that's right across the street. Yeah.
Good morning. This is the Citrus County Planning and Development Commission hearing for April the 17th, 2025. If you'd like to join us at this time, I invite you to please stand for the invocation and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, please give us the grace to be understanding, patient, and tolerant. With these attributes, we can conduct our work in a manner which will be pleasing to Thee, our county, and its residents. In the Lord's name, amen.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. For the courtesy of the applicants, this board, and those around you at this time, if you can take your cell phones out and put it on silent, please. And may we get the roll call?
The following Planning and Development Commission members are present. Chair, Richard Barmez, David Bramblett, First Vice Chair, Robert Shera, Second Vice Chair, Stuart Bozeman, Jeanette Collins, Michael Facemeyer, Kurt Stone, and School Board Representative Chuck Dixon.
Thank you. If any person decides to appeal any decisions made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purpose, he or she may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record includes testimony and evidence upon the appeal is to be based. During the public input portions of the meeting, individuals are given 3 minutes, and representatives of an organization are given 5 minutes. When anyone wishing to speak comes to the podium, please complete the yellow form to hand to the recording secretary. So please print your name, address, and the number of the application for which you are speaking on the form. Now, the yellow forms can be found at the podium at the door where you entered, and if you're representing an organization, a letter of authorization must accompany the speakers. And the comments will be limited to only the topics being heard. So please state your name, spell your last name, and give your address for the tape record. Now, at this time, I'm going to open up the podium for the public. This is an opportunity for you to come forward to address the commission on any matter that you wish, except for any applications that are being heard today. You'll have that opportunity to come up at the time those applications are here. So the podium is open for the public if you have anything to address to this commission. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting down. We do not have any minutes to approve. Do we have any staff announcements?
None at this time, but if, with your indulgence, I'll go ahead and proceed to ex parte communication. The county attorney is on her way, so we will go ahead and proceed. If any board members have any ex parte communication on the applications before you today, and we'll start with Mr. Stone, please.
None.
Site visits?
None.
Site visits.
Site visits, and also been reading the Chronicle and so forth about the Tuscany. I've read pretty much everything that is out there.
None.
None. None for me.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now it's time for application CU 2024-00018. The applicant come towards the podium while we get the introduction, please.
Thank you. This is a request for a conditional use to allow for an assisted living facility in the medium-density residential district. This is the front view of the subject property standing on South Highview Terrace, looking east. This is a map of the subject property. This is looking north on South Highview Avenue. Looking south on South Highview Avenue. Looking west on South Highview Avenue. Right. And the site plan provided by applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Mike Wilburn, Local Engineering, Inc., P.O. Box 938, Floral City, Florida, 34436. This morning before you was a request to allow for a residential house to be utilized as an assisted living facility serving a maximum of 8 residents. The Land Development Code Section 3170 allows for every 6 residents to be considered one dwelling, and so by right they are allowed with this current zoning to have 6 units, however, or 6 residents. However, they're requesting an additional 2 more to make the project more viable. And in the staff report, I believe it's on page 3, within the LDC, they can request up to 22 units to be placed, 22 residents to be placed on this site. So requesting 8 is far less than the 22 that they may be allowed to request as a part of a conditional use application. The bedrooms, I'm hoping that in your staff report or in the packet you see the floor plan also. It's still a 6-bedroom house. 2 of the bedrooms are just larger to accommodate those extra 2 residents. They'll be 2-person residents. 2-person rooms. The current and surrounding zoning is MDR, with properties on 3 sides of the subject parcel being vacant. The proposed residence, as you will see in the packet, is an approximate 4,492 square foot house consisting of 6 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, a living room, dining room, kitchen, and a 2-car garage. From the exterior, the home is architecturally a craftsman style and similar to other homes in the area. The site plan, which is on the screen, shows the house placement on the lot with all the appropriate setbacks and utilities shown. The project provides an ISR, impervious surface ratio, of 17.37%, where 50% is the maximum, so well under that. It also provides a floor area ratio of 0.104, where 0.4 is allowed, so under that. At the time of the application, I was unaware that a 15-foot Type C buffer was required, and so in your staff report, there is a request for a deviation. We have no issues meeting the 15-foot Type C buffer that would be required from the LDC, and so I would like to, with your pleasure, remove that request for deviation because we can meet that requirement. The staff report is in favor of this application and finds it consistent with the LDC. And before I conclude, I want to give you guys a little bit of information about this project specifically, maybe answer some questions that you might have. The average age of the resident, which will be in this facility, is between 68 and 80, and again, that's average. The total number of employees will be approximately 4 to 5, and that's because of 24-hour care. So with that, the total number of employees per shift that'll be there at any one time is between 1 and 2. And the total number of beds will be 8. That's what's proposed. And I already mentioned 2 of those rooms are larger for 2 residents. The employees do not sleep in the residence, so when their shift is over, they leave. Outdoor activities are minimal. Most of the time in a facility like this, you'll just have a small outdoor garden area for residents and just an ability for them to walk around their yard and get fresh air like anybody else would. There's no loud music. There's no stereos. There's no basketball. There's no loud intrusive noise activities in a facility like this that would affect neighbors. None of the residents will be permitted to drive or have a car on property. So the only car that will be there is the employees or the staff. Any neighbor or vehicle passing by this property would never really know what this property is used for. And again, there'll be negative impacts on any neighbors. If the business relocates, if the business moves or closes, this property could be sold as a single-family residence. Would love to answer any questions you guys might have.
Does the staff have any questions for the applicant?
Yes, sir. So you're familiar with the conditions in the staff report, and do you have
Yes.
any
Okay with all of
concerns?
those?
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you, Michael. We get the staff, county staff to come forward and make their presentation, please.
Good morning, Kelly Caudill, planner. This is an application for an ALF in MDR, medium density residential, for an 8-bed assisted living. The property is roughly 0.93 acres. The residence will be 4,492 square feet. And this is the subject property. It's heavily wooded. Aerial photo of the subject property showing the vacant lot, and there is a residence existing abutting to the north. The zoning map shows the close proximity that we have to GNC there on the south. Site plan provided by the applicant. The proposed elevations show just how much this is going to look like a residence from the outside. And that's it. You have any questions for me?
All right, does the applicant have any questions for staff? Does the board have any questions for Commissioner Shara?
Hi.
Good morning, Kelly. Question, if this business closes, Michael referenced that if it closed, this property could be sold as a single-family residence. Does this, does this right to have a assisted living facility go automatically to the next owner? Or if another owner comes in and wants to run another facility, would they be required to come back and get another?
I believe the conditional use will stay with the property, is that correct? Yeah. So somebody else could move in and run an ALF.
And since this is limited to 8 people, would that limitation go with that
Yes.
transfer? So if somebody
Because
wanted
that's
to
a
come in
condition
and-
of the CU, yes.
Fine, so they couldn't come in and automatically go to a 22-person?
No.
All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Collins.
2 questions. Did you receive any correspondence from abutting property owners after the packets went out? There's nothing.
We had one visit at the counter, but nothing in
Okay.
writing.
Okay, so no concerns. And then I have a question on your proposed conditions regarding, I was conditioned for regarding the buffering standards. The applicant had mentioned that they're willing to maintain the 15-foot type C. Your condition, though, alludes to the small non-residential, which actually requires a 25-foot wide with 75% opacity where abutting residential properties. Now, I know that in this case, it's supposed to appear as much as a residence, so it blends in with the neighborhood. But are you still maintaining that requirement for the 25-foot on the residential, or?
Sorry,
There seems to be a conflict
Yes,
there, and I was just
exactly.
curious, because I'm not, the way the site plan, it doesn't look like he can exactly meet that 25-foot side and
Yes.
rear.
Yeah, so the requirement for a 25-foot wide buffer with 75% opacity is something that's in the ALF section of the code. So it would be, we're kind of going off of 2 different sections here, one for the non-res and one for the ALF section. So, yeah, we would have the requirement for the updated buffer as in the conditions.
Okay.
There's a conflict within the condition, so to clarify.
Yeah, the condition shows the 25-foot. He's willing to meet the 15-foot with the type C plantings. So
We would
want the heavier buffer, the 25-foot with a 75% opacity, which is what's required in an ALF.
Okay.
So that's what staff would recommend instead of the default of the type C.
Okay, so that's something we would need to decide as a commission. Okay.
All right, any other questions for staff? I only have one for you. This building will not need to be fire sprinklered, right?
I do not know about that. That would be fire. I'm sorry.
My understanding is well and septic at this location. That's the reason why I bring that up. Because there's nothing in the reports saying that it has to or required at 8 residents. I understand it should be required at 8. Am I
And that yeah, they wouldn't be with the conditional use. They still have to go through permitting. So our fire section and plans review section would look at that, or health. I don't know who's going to trigger that. Maybe all of them, but it would be at the time of permitting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Yep. Commissioner Shara, you have anything?
Nope.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, the public portion of the meeting will be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come to the podium. As a reminder, individuals will have 3 minutes and organizations will have 5 minutes. So when speaking on this application, please address this board. If you have any documentations you want to be entered into the record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary.
They're right on top of it.
I can move it.
It's all right. It's just a cord.
I can move it just a little ways.
A little rearranging.
But it's just so close.
Yes.
Poor Rob was like,
No.
thank you. It's obvious from here. Yeah. She was like right in Rob's.
Now that's gonna bother me. I gotta go clean that.
Last year
What do you say, Hicks?
Never mind.
The curtain is,
Yeah.
I'll be staring at it the whole meeting. Fix it.
Thanks for being patient while we rearranged the room. All right, good morning, ma'am.
Hi. I am Constance Phillips. I live at 275 South Highview Avenue, one lot down from or north of this project. And it was stated that this would, if when they're done with it, they want to sell it, you know, has anybody looked at those floor plans and all those bedrooms and all those bathrooms? There's seven bathrooms. And my lot does not have good well water. And the closer you seem to get to the dump, which is south, which is where they are, it seems to get worse. The water is very, very brown, orange, whatever. I have to have all these filters and everything. The further north you go, the water in the wells seem to be okay. But the further south you go, it's pretty bad. And I'm wondering about, it's a little less than an acre lot. You're talking about a lot of septic tanks. I mean, at least more than one for 7 or 8 bathrooms. So it's a big house to put on a skinny lot. It's a long and narrow, and so those are my big concerns. If they've taken that into consideration, the water's awful, but I think I think I have more things, but I better go sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker. Anyone else like to speak on this application? All right, does the applicant have a rebuttal on the public input?
I don't have one on public input, but would like the opportunity to say something regarding the question Ms. Collins brought up about the buffer, if that's okay.
Yes, please proceed.
The staff report, like she pointed out, does talk about a 15-foot type C, but then in the conditions, it talks about a 25-foot with 70% opaque. On the site plan, there is a 24-foot 6 feet on either side of the house. And so as you guys consider and discuss, if there's any way we could meet in the middle and still maybe have that 70% opaque at a 20-foot buffer, that would allow this floor plan to work. I think that the more plants we plant, the more it'll look commercial. But again, we have no problem fulfilling the requirements. It just, if we could ask for a deviation from that condition, it would just simply be maybe a slightly reduced from the 25 so that we can meet with the current floor plan. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so at this time, the public portion of the meeting would be closed. And we'll bring the discussion back to the board for further discussion. Anyone?
I have a question. 70% opacity. How is that measured, determined, calculated?
Right, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So we would do it at a site inspection. We would look and see what was planted and see if basically what they planted would meet an opacity standard and, not being able to see through it.
So just kind of like a visual analysis. Yeah, maybe I think that's about 30% that I can see through. And we're not talking about like a mesh fence, with the screen on it. We're just talking about plantings, opacity with plantings.
Right, yeah, so it would just be with plantings.
So I would agree with the 20 feet on this particular instance, because I think that Mr. Wilburn's correct. I've experienced these. We're calling it an ALF, which I guess in the formality and the technical sense it is, but really it's just a house with people living in it. These are elderly people with some caretakers. I have family members that live in a situation exactly like this. I think to the layperson that doesn't understand or doesn't know the way these work, it maybe is just a little confusing, and what is it going to be, what isn't it going to be? But 95% of the people that would drive by that house that know that all they'll know is that that's a house, that people are living in that house. It's not a massive facility with people coming in and out, 2 to 3 people at a time, 1 to 2 workers on staff. So I think the more that we try and segregate or make it look different than the other houses that are already in existence, I think it's going to make it stand out a little bit more, which I don't think is good for the neighborhood at all. That's a very nice neighborhood right there. And then to the public, Ms. Phillips' comment with the water and the septic tanks, the applicant and the owners are going to have to deal with the water. That's on them. Clearly, they're going to want good, clean water for their the clients and the customer clientele that are going to live there. And then as far as septic tanks, I trust the environmental health in the state of Florida to know and understand that they're going to regulate all of that. So I would be in favor of this application with the 20-foot with 70% opacity.
And Mr. Chair, just to clarify, the condition is 75% opacity, so 75 or
70. Is it 70 or 75? Because I wrote 70.
The condition says 75.
The applicant spoke 70, but in our writings,
Okay.
75.
Yeah, so 75 then. Whatever. If you guys can determine that 5% difference with your eye, good on you.
I just wanted to clarify.
Gotta have those planner eyes, man.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Collins.
And ideally, what I like to see on these also, because there's so much natural native vegetation, I don't know if it could be even worded in maintaining as much of the natural vegetate, the trees that are there. You can't replant trees that size as
Right.
possible.
Yeah, the land development code does typically allow for native vegetation to be retained and used for buffers. So if they wanted to do that, absolutely we could do that. So.
All right. Any other discussion?
So, based on that, condition 4 would instead read, at the time of permitting, the applicant must demonstrate compliance with applicable development standards per LDC. We would take out the reference to section 3745, because as Commissioner Collins pointed out, that's a conflict, including buffer requirements to include 10-foot type A buffers along improved roadways and 20-foot wide buffer with 75% opacity where abutting residential properties, with retention as much natural vegetation as possible.
All right. For purpose of a motion,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Shara.
for purpose of a motion, the Planning and Development Commission finds.
I'm sorry, can you pull your?
I can. Thank you. The Planning and Development Commission finds application number CU 2024-00018, local engineering for McCall Allen, consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and that the board approves with conditions as we have just reviewed. The application based on the evidence and testimony presented in the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition. It has been determined that approving the proposed conditional use will not adversely affect the public interest, that there is compliance with special rules governing individual conditional uses of the type involved, that the proposed development with conditions and safeguards attached would be generally compatible with the adjacent properties and other property in the district, and that the PDC is empowered under this section of the LDC described in the application to grant this conditional use.
We have a first from Commissioner Shara.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Bramlett. Any further discussions? All in favor for the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you. Now it's time for PUD-2025-00001. The applicant can work their way to the podium as we get the introduction from staff, please.
Thank you. This application proposes to amend the Nature Coast Park Planned Unit Development Master Plan to allow for retail and service/gym uses on Lot 5. The commercial sites lie on West Coast Path and County Road 491 in Beverly Hills. The site has a retail designation on the master plan and has previously been developed as a retail pharmacy. This is looking north on South County Road 491. This is looking across Coast Path into an existing auto parts store. This is the existing building on site. The applicant does not propose changes to the site for the gym use. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, how are you?
Fine. Please state your name and your address and then take off. Do your thing.
Jesse Navarro, this is my wife Caitlin Navarro. This address is 3506, north of Canto Highway, of course. We reside at 1560 West Cason Court in Lecanto, Florida. With me, just real quick, if you don't mind, is my father, Joe Navarro, my brother, Ben Navarro, my partner, Robert McKinley. The gentlemen's up front are representing as our landlords and property managers, so they're here to kind of support what we're doing. We own Epic Health and Fitness in Crystal River. We've been in business about 1.5 years now. We really love it. Me and my entire family are all retired military, as well as law enforcement. I retired from the Tampa Police Department. My brother's former deputy from the Sheriff's Office, and we love, health and fitness, of course. So we have a lot of members who live in Pine Ridge and Citrus Springs that are driving a little bit for now in Crystal River, and as our membership increased, asked us to continue growing to, provide them a location that was a little bit closer, and, you know, more services for more people. We're pretty much at our desired capacity at Crystal River, so that's why we started looking for another place. We found this, and it looks like it's going to be definitely our best location out of all our locations. We only own, you know, Crystal River. It's a franchise, but there are 10 Epic Health and Fitnesses, and obviously, you know, we're franchisees. Mr. Bramlett is a prime example of somebody who's dedicated to the gym and comes there all the time. So you can see how fit he is, and you know how much he loves, you know, you know. So I had to call him out because I see him there all the time, you know. But you know, we employ quite a few people in our community, and like I said, I grew up around here, went to high school here. We're just looking to continue to add to our community, you know, in positive ways.
All right. Does the staff have any questions for the applicant?
No, you confirmed you're not making any changes to the outer appearance. You just are ready to move in and work on stuff, yeah?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions for the applicant?
I have a question. I read through the application and I couldn't find where, and maybe the staff will be able to tell me about this, but I'm curious, do you guys have an idea of the average amount of parking? You know, how many cars are typically, because I know at the Crystal River facility, it's a massive parking lot. People tend to park spotted around, mostly in front of the area. I feel like it's usually 15 to 20 cars. I've never really counted. Do you guys have an idea about that? And then versus how many spots there are labeled at this particular site?
Absolutely. That's been a huge challenge for us. You know, we originally looked for Inverness location, and finding the size of the building we wanted, which is around 15,000 square feet, to having enough parking, it never really matched up. This did. I think we're running 73 parking spaces here. Our average daily check-ins are around 450 a day. That's at our peak capacity right now. Is, you know, we're not looking to grow our location anymore. Divided by, obviously we're 24 hours, but our main, you know, time frame where everybody comes in is like 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. So 13 hours. You know, you're getting around 40 members per hour in our check-ins. So peak, you know, and obviously on a Monday night, you know, on 5 p.m. you might hit 55, but that's pretty much the max. So at 73 parking spaces, we'll have more than enough.
Perfect. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, I have a question about your smoothie bar.
Absolutely.
You have a smoothie bar at your current location in Crystal River?
Yes, sir.
I don't go to the gym, as you can probably tell. I'm not like Bramlett. On the smoothie, who manages and controls that? Is it the health department that does that, or?
Yes, well, the state, I'm trying to remember the gentleman's name. He's a large.
Just the agency is all I'm looking for.
Yeah, it's through the Florida Department of Health.
Okay. That's it? That's all the questions I have. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Yeah, I learned a lot of cool stuff with that about the 3 different sinks, and it's got to have a certain amount of, you know, stuff in there and all that stuff for sure, which was good, of course. But absolutely, we'll be doing the same thing here and implementing the use of the current building in itself to have a drive-through smoothie to see how that works out for, you know, people who aren't members and stuff like that.
All right, thank you.
No, so thank you.
We get the staff to come forward and make their presentation. Oh, I'm sorry,
Just one
Commissioner
question.
Bozeman.
In regards to signage on the building?
Yes. Yes. So when we talk about changes, obviously we're not gonna like remodel anything. But the sign where I don't know if you can get the picture where the CVS was, will be, you know, an Epic Health and Fitness.
Okay.
And the little monument sign, just the plastic signs will be replaced for Epic Health and Fitness. Okay.
Housekeeping.
Or you
All
qualify.
right. Sorry about that, Mr. Bozeman.
All right, they pretty much did my presentation for me, which is wonderful. For this PUD, we are amending a 1995 PUD in Beverly Hills. It's not going, so is it the PDF or the? There we go. All right, so there's the site. It is an existing building. In 2003, this pharmacy was approved on the site, so it was built shortly after. You can see across the street the auto parts store. Parts of the PUD in the rear, I'm going to go over, are vacant. So this is the master plan. So it has an adjacent office building that's vacant. You did hear an amendment with one of the people in the audience, actually, changing that from ALF to medical clinic. There's an office vacant there in the top. In the top right, office to retail, that also was an amendment to this PUD. That was in 2017. So it's not unusual because the age of this PUD is so long ago, they guessed what they thought would be here and things have changed. So this is the building. Frankly, it actually probably already meets our small box standards to look at this. I don't think there's going to be any cosmetic changes they need to make. I'm sure they will to make it look like, attractive gym, but it's actually before its time as far as our facade standards. They do have a lot of landscaping existing. Of course, it needs a little bit of work maintenance-wise, but again, they were a little beyond their time with the maintenance there. So there are conditions of approval. I should have struck through and underlined. The only addition change on the existing conditions of the PUD is to allow a retail and gym use instead of just retail at this particular lot. The other conditions on the PUD remain in place.
You're referring to condition
Number one, yes. So if I would have underlined it correctly, the one thing that changed would have been the Lot 5, which changes to a square foot retail and service gym area to allow this use as well.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any questions for staff? No. All right, does the board have any questions for staff?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Scherer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
One of the items under the conditions number 9 refers to the developer of Lot 3, the medical clinic, will need to provide a signal timing analysis. They're not related to this particular application. Is that imposing an obligation on a third party?
It's already in place. When this medical clinic was approved, that was one of the conditions for that. So that's not changing. That condition is already in place in the PUD.
Okay.
It does not put anything on this particular item. They already had a retail business here.
Okay, so in terms of clarification, that signal analysis is no longer required.
It is required if the medical clinic comes in place on another lot, not changing.
So it's going to stay in this condition because?
Because that part of the PUD is not changing. The only thing we're changing on the PUD is this retail site in the front. The back where the medical clinic is unchanged.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scherer. Commissioner Facemeyer.
Just a quick question. The medical clinic, is that the site that we discussed about the potential veterans clinic?
Yes.
Okay, just curious.
You recall
I thought
correctly.
It was. I just wanted to make sure.
That's why I hinted somebody in the audience actually presented it to you, yes.
All right, any other questions for staff? All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, the public portion of the meeting will be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come to the podium. As a reminder, individuals will have 3 minutes. Organizations will have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address this board. And if you have any documentation, please present it and enter it into the record. So the podium is open for the gym. Anyone? All right. The public portion of the meeting will now be closed, and we'll bring the discussion back to the board for further discussions and a motion. Commissioner Bozeman.
First of all, I would like to commend y'all for repurposing an existing building rather than building a new building. That's certainly good. I used to live up in the area and very familiar with it, and so that's good to see. And I will definitely support this.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Bozeman. Commissioner
Yes.
Collins?
Yes, I just wanted to say, as the former city planner for Crystal River, this became a beloved business there, very, very well received, and so I think this use will really be an asset to this community, and again, it's a great repurposing, so.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Bramlett.
Yeah, so just echo the comments of my colleagues, and I would like to say that I've been to a lot of gyms in a lot of different areas. This is probably one of the most top-notch facilities that I've ever been to. It's well-run. It's very clean, modern. They take very good care of it. You can tell there's a lot of pride of ownership, and I think that Citrus County would be better off with a couple of more elite fitness centers in the area, so I would be in favor of this application.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Bramlett. Commissioner Stone? Oh, you threw your hand up.
For the purpose of a motion?
For the purpose of a motion, Commissioner Bramlett.
The Planning and Development Commission finds application number PUD 2025-00001 consistent with the Citrus County the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends approval with the conditions as mentioned of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
We have a first by Commissioner Bramlett,
Second.
a second by Commissioner Shara. Any further discussions on this application? All in favor for this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
And Mr. Chair, this application has been placed on the May 27th agenda with the Board of County Commissioners at 5:01 PM.
All right, thank you. All right, now it's time for DA-2024-0002. If the applicant can come forward as we get the introduction, please.
This application proposes to amend the Beverly Hills Development of Regional Impact, which was approved in 1981. The existing DRI contains approximately 2,233 acres in the Beverly Hills area. This is the existing DRI map. The total number of units, including non-residential square footage, is not proposed to change with this application request. This is looking north on County Road 491 with the application site to the right in this photo. This is looking south on County Road 491 towards Forest Ridge Boulevard. This is the revised master plan submitted by the applicant. A development agreement has also been requested to address items such as roadway improvements and related infrastructure. But both items have been amended in response to the PDC comments at a previous hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Rob Batzel, 1531 Southeast 36th Avenue, Ocala, Florida, 34471. Here on behalf of the applicant. Back again, other than Mr. Bramlett, I think you've all heard this, so let me apologize in advance, but we're going to go back through the whole dog and pony for you and make sure that we're thorough. I want to just start by renewing our thanks. I talked about this last time, but staff has been working with us for well over a year, and that's an understatement. That's a lot of calls and meetings, and so we appreciate that. I'm here with Justin O'Brien and Kartik Goyani from Metro Development Group. You will hear from Justin, as well as Paul Gibbs from Community Land Design. Clark Stillwell and Davis Craig have also been instrumental. So today, again, we're here with two requests, and at a high level, those are running concurrently. At a high level, that is to amend the PUD, which effectively amends a longstanding portion of the Beverly Hills DRI, and also a development agreement. Over the years, people have stood up here and made a lot of promises that developers are going to do all sorts of things. This development agreement is thorough, and it is intended to ensure that we are legally required to do all the things I'm going to tell you that this applicant is going to do for the next 25 years. At the outset, I just want to address the fact that last time we were here, we had a good discussion. I know that the takeaway, and I want to take responsibility for this, because of the packet included several agreements, red lines, and because we were discussing the fact that the process for a development agreement, which we're going to talk about, is an ongoing collaborative process and a work in progress, I think is the term I used at the time. The commission rightfully believed that this was not fully baked and incomplete. I'm happy to tell you that today that is not the case. We're presenting a fully baked agreement for your consideration. And I want to point out two things real quickly. At the top, and then we'll run through some other matters. In your packet, you will see a list of conditions of approval of the PUD. We're in agreement with those conditions, so we are simply asking for approval of the PUD subject to the staff recommended conditions. As far as the development agreement is concerned, and that's the piece that I think last time was perceived to be a bit of a work in progress, I want to point out that the staff report says, I quote, "All items recommended by staff have been addressed," end quote. We're going to talk about that process, but we really believe, I can't reiterate this enough, that we are ready for your full consideration. So today we're going to do it similarly, similar to the approach we took last time. I'll give a quick overview and description of the plans and the history. We'll then introduce Justin O'Brien on behalf of Metro Development Group to explain who they are and their track record of developing high-end master plan communities. And we'll then move on to Mr. Gibbs, who will walk you through the details of the master plan. I'll then come back up and bore you with the description of a development agreement, but we'll try to hit the high notes and make sure that we're thorough. Does anyone have any questions before we dive in substantively? Okay.
I do have one thing that I do want to state that.
Yes, sir.
The DA is separate from the PUD. So there will be two votes today.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
As long
So
as you understand that we don't want to get overwhelmed with your PUD along with your development agreement unless there's relevant information, if you understand that.
Yes, sir. So,
Okay.
and I'll ask staff or Ms. Lynn to step in if you would like. They will be heard together through one, so we will go through one hearing process where we present to you both items and follow the quasi-judicial procedure. Then, at the close of that hearing, you will, of course, take two votes, but we will present them together.
All right. Commissioner Sherry, you had a question?
That was my question. Thanks.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So is everybody comfortable with that approach?
As long as you delineate the difference between the two items that you're talking about, we understand that this is one particular project, but two votes, why are we voting two different times? And you tell that not just to us, but we also have plenty of people in the public that need to understand that as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna jump ahead and cover a portion that I was gonna get to later, but let's talk about development agreements for a moment. So, and I didn't do this last time. I know that we don't hear them that often, and so it's something that we need to cover. So there's an entire section, 163.3220 through 163.3243 of the Florida statutes that's known as the Florida Local Government Development Agreement Act. So there is an entire statutory section dealing with this. We also have an entire section of our Land Development Code in Chapter 12 devoted to development agreements. What these are intended to do, they constitute a development order, just like other things that are heard by the PDC. But as I referenced earlier, when we have a complex project, that particularly those that either need to specifically address infrastructure improvements that not only serve the project but potentially the public, and when a developer wants to voluntarily provide contributions or agree to design criteria, and we're going to go through all the things that this agreement does. The development agreement is an agreement that's legally binding between the applicant and any successors and the county that legally requires that applicant to do all of the things that that are set forth in the agreement. So that is, I've been working with staff now long enough to know that there is a history, not only in Citrus County, but in a lot of counties, of developers standing before boards like this and promising to do all sorts of things that through a PUD is not sufficient to make sure that 20 years from now that developer is legally obligated to do it, and failing which the county has recourse. That gets dicey when we're talking about really specific, intricate things. So that's why before you today, the development agreement is a belt and suspenders that provides legal recourse for the county and makes sure this developer, or whether it's now or 25 years from now, does what we're telling you today, which we're describing in the development agreement. So The reason we have one hearing is because the development agreement essentially says, it cross-references the PUD and the master plan approved today, and ensures that all the things, the development agreement goes into much more granular detail than PUD conditions ever could. And so that is why they are being heard together. It really provides additional assurances to the public through the county that the developer is obligated to do all these things. And one thing that was lost on me last time, and I failed to convey to you, the statute and our code, unlike a lot of things that you all hear, requires 2 public hearings for a development agreement, and says that one can be before the land planning agency, which here, of course, is the PDC. So the fact, if you all, I'm asking you today, as it relates to the development agreement, to approve it as you find it at page 100 in your agenda packet. But the statute certainly contemplates the reason for 2 hearings is because if you all have an idea and you want to recommend to the commission that we go one step further or do something different than that development agreement says, you can absolutely, make some notes, and when you make a motion to approve it subject to whatever changes you feel are necessary. And then those changes can be made between now and the BOCC hearing. That is how the statute is designed. So that is okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. If you think it's imperfect, you can make a recommendation for a revision or approval subject to some revision. Okay, so now I'm going to back up and start with a little bit of history. In 1972, the legislature started its attempt to get a handle on large-scale development in Florida and pass legislation creating developments of regional impact. I know we hear about them. You all are well aware that we have several in Citrus County. One of those is the Beverly Hills DRI, or Development of Regional Impact. That was approved in 1981, and DRIs are essentially, there are all kinds of definitions and criteria, but essentially, if it's big enough that it's going to impact more than one county, it's a DRI. And Beverly Hills DRI meets all those criteria. Was approved in 1981, has been amended 23 times since, most recently in 2021. As far as my client is concerned, many of you who were on the board at the time first saw an application related to this effort in December of 23. At that time, it was continued. At that time, I want to note that the DRI boundary, and you're going to see maps and dig into those, but it included lands outside of the Beverly Hills DRI. So it included both the property that we're here to talk about today and additional land that abutted Crystal Hills Mini Farm and other subdivisions on our boundary. That property is no longer part of this application. So this application only seeks to amend the undeveloped portion of the existing Beverly Hills DRI. So today, Metro, Tuscany Ranch, current owners or anyone could come in and submit permits to plat and improve the Beverly Hills DRI. It is entitled. It is what we call vested. But what we're here to do today through a PUD mechanism, because DRIs are no longer really in statute. Now the way that you go about this is to amend them through the local land development code. So we do that through a PUD, but we're only here to talk about 1,069 acres, 1,070 acres or so of the existing Beverly Hills DRI. Since December of 2023, 2 things have kind of gone on in tandem. One is we've been working with staff to further refine not only the PUD, that you heard at the time, but to develop this development agreement. And then worked with not only growth services, but technical services and others to make sure, to some extent, the district, but to ensure that any issues were addressed through the development agreement to provide that belt and suspenders because of the size and impact of this project. At the same time, Citrus County, obviously, you guys know it better than most, has been experiencing significant growth and also going through the infrastructure planning to properly manage that growth. When I was here in February, we were talking about a recent article that had just been posted in the Chronicle, and it was called The Economics of Development in Florida. It really was pointing out the cost of sprawl and large lot, low density development and the long-term benefits of mixed-use walkable communities where commercial nodes were situated in close proximity to where people live and play. And since then, and at the time, I was telling you this is consistent with that push. And we often talk about smart growth. We throw that term around. I believe this is what that entails. But since then, we've seen a lot more talk about this in substance, which there's no relation to Metro Development Group, but the county has retained Metro forecasting models, and you all may have read about the workshop and the ongoing work. The commission had a workshop just a few weeks ago or last month from Metro forecasting, essentially forecasting what we're going to continue to see in Citrus County. We're not the only ones who think this is a great place to live, and what we need to do to best manage that. A few takeaways are that growth needs to be directed to areas like the Central Ridge where utilities are available and efficient. The need for commercial and more commercial development to serve our existing residents, I should say, was a big takeaway as well, especially in close proximity and particularly in this stretch of 491. The need for not only new commercial, but also new projects coming forward with mixed use, a mix of uses, including that commercial built in and embedded within the project, was also a big takeaway. Again, that's keeping traffic off the roads, driving across the county to obtain services or products they need, or even worse yet, out of county. And then finally, one of the takeaways was we need a mix of housing types. We've been, fairly conservative, or I guess old school in the way that developers have platted and developed property, and a mix of housing types, including some multifamily for various types of residents is needed. So we think that not only is this project a good reflection of all of those things that the county commission has embraced after hearing from Metro Forecasting, but also that the developer that's in front of you has a track record of doing this. And you're going to hear from Justin in a few, but this is not your typical applicant. I do this type of work a lot. Especially on projects of this size, I'm in the business that you have to trust me, right? And that's not built overnight, but it can be lost in a minute, right? And so when I'm here in front of you on a project this size, I'm telling you that based on working with these guys for the last couple of years and seeing what they've done in other places, which they're going to show you, this is the right applicant at the right time to bring forward what the county is being told, is appropriate. Quickly, an overview of some of the high points, and Paul, and then I'll come back up about the development agreement, but I want to hit some of the high points of this project that have come up in the past. The big theme today is we are not here requesting any increase in the number of units within this DRI. Mr. Bozeman, I don't remember I think you just commended the prior applicant on repurposing a building. We are repurposing what is a 1981 development concept. That's what this is. This is bringing 1981 into 2025, but it's not creating any new units. These updates are modernizing those lot designs and the housing types, but nothing new in terms of residential units. Again, the boundary has been trimmed, so for those of you who heard those concerns in the last go-round, that's no longer relevant. It doesn't include parcels adjacent to Fairview Estates, Forest Lake, or Crystal Hills Mini Farms that were within that prior application. The unit mix. So we are right now, today, a developer could go build 4,933 units within the existing DRI. Of those units, they'd be 1,415 of them could be multifamily. We are before you with the same number of total units, but reducing the multifamily from 1,415 to 1,250. So still a meaningful number of multifamily units, but that's been reduced. We are marginally increasing the amount of commercial use in our town centers, which you'll see primarily along the frontage of 491. And within certain areas of multifamily or town center, this is a carryover from the old DRI, but there's still a 400 unit, what we call a life care center, essentially assisted supportive living. One question that has come up, and these are sort of a random smattering of things, but I want to hit them in case, so that you're aware of them in case you have questions. Water and sewer utility capacity has come up. There's no question we have capacity. Central States Utilities has come in and purchased Rolling Oaks. There's a permit in your packet that was filed in 2022 with a 5-year completion horizon for doubling the size of the utility from 500,000 gallons per day to 1 million gallons per day. At the end of the day, the development agreement, this is one instance where the development agreement comes into play. What it's going to require, what it does require, is for the developer, prior to and in the course of platting any portion of this property, to demonstrate capacity. So every time they come in to create a new lot, they have to show the county that when that toilet flushes, it's going somewhere, and there's room at the plant. So that adequately addresses and takes that issue off the table. There have been questions about the sinkhole out on the property, and I just wanted to hit that. First of all, we've also included in the development agreement a requirement for a geotechnical analysis and report to be included to the county prior to any plat, similar to the capacity reservation. That's going to address subsurface issues across the project, but as it relates to the sinkhole specifically, the rear lot lines of the closest lots would be 150 feet away from the bank of the top of the existing sinkhole. So there'll be plenty of distance, 175 feet when you count the setback, I think, between any structure and the top of the bank of that sinkhole, but also a geotechnical report ensuring that it's secure. And then finally, we're going to talk about this when I'm going to come back up and go through this development agreement, even though I've just hit a couple of the high points. But we don't have transportation concurrency in Citrus County, but this applicant is before you. If we did have transportation concurrency, what it would require us to do is ensure that we are contributing what's known as our proportionate share mitigation toward any impacts that we're putting on the roads in Citrus County. So that's in statute. We don't have concurrency in Citrus County, but in this case, what the developers before you offering through this development agreement is it far exceeds what would be required if we did have concurrency and we did have to meet those requirements. And we'll go into more detail on that, but the 491 improvements are really significant. We're talking about conveying 50 feet of right-of-way over a 1.4 mile stretch, which is going to expedite the ability to get these improvements done for the county. In addition, conveying more right-of-way at the West Hampshire intersection when that's signalized, paying for the full cost of construction of one of those lanes as we add additional lanes. So in short, we're going to talk about it in more detail. I don't want to get too far into the weeds yet, but this developer and the package that is included within the development agreement that very specifically lays out how it's going to happen is agreeing to give far more than what the statute would define as its proportionate share. Are there any questions? I'm going to turn this over to Justin O'Brien of Metro to talk about Metro, and then we'll dive into the plan and then the development agreement. But if there are any initial questions, happy to answer them.
I have one question, just because I'm making my notes to keep me in order. The difference between the residential units, no additional units added, 4,933 total. Currently 1,415 multifamily. You're reducing that down to 1,250 multifamily, so that's 165 less. So 3,683 single-family units, correct, with the 1,250 multifamily units. But you kind of glossed over the commercial portion of it. So what is current with the commercial portion of it, and what will be in the new proposed?
What's our current square footage for commercial? So we're going to 330.
want to keep my notes in order.
What's that? So what's in the current?
Originally approved for 450,000 square feet, 130,000 square feet has been built.
Okay. Okay, so, per my team back here, so it was originally entitled for 450,000 square feet of commercial. Approximately 130,000 has been built out already in the existing DRI. That leaves 320. So we are requesting an increase of 330,524 square feet, which is in the PUD, and a maximum of a 1.0 floor area ratio and 70% ISR, which are current LDC standards. So
Okay,
that's in
so-
the site data table if you want to look at that.
Yeah, that thing, I can't hardly read it on my tablet. It's real
understood.
fuzzy, those numbers. I tried to blow it up as best I could. Can you, so 450,000 originally, there's 130,000 built out, leaves 320,000. And you're trying to increase that to 300 and what thousand?
330, 524. Yes, sir.
330, 524. So roughly what, 30,524 square feet of commercial is what you're trying to add.
It's really about 10,524, yeah.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
going
yeah,
from
that was
320
Crystal
to-
River math. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm a lawyer,
Yeah,
so I can hardly-
10,524.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't do math either.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, any other questions before I turn it over?
Commissioner Shara,
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify,
speak of the mic, please.
I'll do my best. Just to clarify, on the number of units, I had jotted down 3,687 single-family.
Correct. Correct.
And 1,415 multifamily. And now you're saying that 1,415 has been reduced to 1,250.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, and the balance of those multifamily are in a portion of the DRI outside of what we're talking about today. So it's a portion we don't control, but within the old DRI. So the old DRI was more than 2,200 acres.
Mhm.
We're here to talk about 1,070 some odd. So the balance the difference between the 1,415 and the 1,250, the 165 are outside of the portion. So I misspoke when I said it was, he just educated me on this. I misspoke when I said it was a reduction. Those are still available, I guess, but it's not property controlled by us.
So in the DRI, it's remaining, but you're talking today about 1,250
Yes, sir.
multifamily units.
But to clarify, I was wrong when I said it was a reduction. That's outside of our project.
Gotcha.
I did not know that.
And we're talking about 3,687 single-family designation.
I'm sorry, I was making.
3,687.
Yes, sir.
That number.
That
remains.
is correct.
Okay, thanks.
And when Mr. Bramlett said 3,683, I had 87 in my notes, but again, I'm a lawyer and I was questioning my math, so.
All right, any
Right.
other questions for Attorney Bassel?
Yeah, I do. It's obvious you guys are stepping up to the plate on some stuff that you're not required to. One of those is the expansion, participation in the cost of the road expansion, which is a very critical matter, given the current state of the traffic on 491. Any cost estimates on what the total build out would be and what's your portion? Any budget numbers
Yes,
in
sir.
mind yet?
Yes, sir. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and hit this. I'm going to go ahead and run through. This is a portion of the development agreement, so when I get to droning on about the development agreement later, we can sort of gloss over it. This is as important to us as it is to the county. This is going to accelerate. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, okay.
No, we don't have to. We'll allow them to
Yeah, we do have a slide in the Metro. When Metro comes up and goes through, we have a slide on it.
We can advance the slide if you need
Okay.
us to.
So I'll tell you what, let me hit it quickly and then he can hit it in his presentation. They're given 50, the DRI requires 30 feet of right-of-way. Instead, we're giving 50. In addition, and I mentioned that along the whole 1.4 miles, the cost estimate for what we're proposing, and I believe this is actually before the additional 75 feet at the intersection, is $7.784 million.
That's for what? The one lane?
That is for the right-of-way, the drainage, which we're going to get to, a shared capacity and a shared DRA, and the road construction for the one lane. So the value of the land per the DOT standards is $2.12 million. The value of the capacity in the shared DRA is estimated to be $950,000, and the road construction is estimated to be $4.714 million.
And that's per lane for the 1.4 mile lane?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's going to be on a slide. Now, the other thing that we need to consider at build-out, I mean, we are talking about more than $21 million in transportation impact fees.
Right.
So, and more than $40 million in overall impact fees associated with this project.
So would it be fair to say you're looking at about a $16 million, $17 million full road expansion?
I'm going to be honest, I'm not, actually, I think technical services may be here. So we've been working with Walt Eastman, Bill LaFlamme, and Mr. Cheek. And I mean, the memo in your files, we agreed on that. They agree with where we are today. I don't know the full cost. I don't want to promise you anything. All right. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Attorney Bassel? Thank you. Continue.
Before I get started, we could use an FDOT cost estimate of like $7 million a mile for this type of expansion. So if you're talking about our portion, that's 1.4 million, or I'm sorry, 1.4 miles, at 7 million a mile, call that maybe $10 million. One of those lanes is 50% of a 2-lane expansion, so that's $5 million in direct construction costs. That's probably on the low end. And then you have all of the right-of-way for the roadway, for turn lanes, probably 8 acres for drainage. So you can imagine what 8 acres of commercial property sells for. So those contributions, I would put our total contributions, including impact fees, somewhere over $50 million. Okay.
One question on that, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Where'd you get the $7 million mile?
That is an FDOT published. They do cost per mile estimates for different types of segments. So they have 2 to a 4, 4 to a 6, adding 1 lane, adding bike and pedestrian facilities. That's an index that FDOT publishes annually and updates annually.
So the 7 million mile that I'm understanding is a 4-lane highway with a sidewalk, but we're talking a single-lane road.
We're talking about, the reality is there's a 2-lane road now.
Correct.
Which would be expanded to 4. So the cost of that expansion is roughly $7 million a mile using the FDOT
Overall cost.
index. Overall
But
construction.
not your cost. And I think the question was your cost.
A lane mile is going to be my comment.
Lane mile, okay.
But in essence, you're going to have to rebuild all 4 because the 2 are going to have to probably be essentially what they're doing on 491 now.
Correct.
Going to the south.
Correct.
Okay, so 28 million, give or take.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I don't think Justin.
Madam Attorney.
I don't think Justin introduced himself or gave his
I
background
apologize.
or
So,
anything.
Justin O'Brien with Metro Development Group. Thank you, Mr. Batzel, for introducing us. Obviously, we're talking about Tuscany Ranch today, but I don't think we can talk about Tuscany Ranch without going into the background of Metro Development Group, who we are, how we look at the world, how we look at development, and that'll give you some insight into what we can expect on this project. So our mission is focused on three key things. Innovation, which is constantly asking yourself, can we do things better? Can we do things differently than they've always been done? Technology, we have a very tech-forward approach to development, which includes solar-powered streetlights. We'll talk about that a little bit more later, which includes in-ground fiber to every home that we develop. And then obviously sustainability, we want to create communities that get better with time. We want to be responsible stewards of the resources that we're working with. So these are just a few of the dozens of communities that we've developed throughout the state of Florida. A key theme that we'll talk about is anything that we show you today, we've done. These are real things, and I would invite anyone to travel to see any of these projects. We've done it. We have a track record, and it's real things that you can see. So how are we successful, and how do we do these things? Our partnerships with various people, places are huge. So most importantly, I want to talk about our builder partnerships. We work with all kinds of national, regional, local builders. In a project like this, you'll probably see upwards of 10 to 12 different home builders all together in a cohesive community. Another part of that is multifamily. As the forecasting models that the board has looked at in the last 30 days show, multifamily is a key piece of a successful master plan community. We're not trying to target one segment of the housing market. We want to have something for everyone, from your teachers, firefighters, young professionals, all the way to retirees, retired doctors. We'll have something for all of those people in our community. When we first came to staff, probably 2 years ago, one of the things they said to us was, hey, this is great, you have a lot of residential, but commercial is an important part of the development as well. And we agree with that, and that's part of the reason for why we're revising some of those commercial pieces. Another one of the most important buying decisions that people make when they're looking for homes is, where are we going to send our kids to school? And so we have worked with different school districts. We've worked with charter schools. We've successfully opened and operated multiple charter schools in communities. There are different ways to mitigate student generation impacts, and we've worked through kind of all of those different ways. And then another really innovative way that we look at things that people don't often associate with development is with our healthcare partners. And it's twofold, right? If you have access to critical resources, doctors nearby, that improves the livability of your communities and improves the welfare of your residents. It also is a high growth, high wage opportunity for jobs. So these are just a few of the many awards we've won or been recognized for over the past decade. In addition to this, we were featured in the Wall Street Journal, and we have, in 2023, we had 3 of the top 50 communities in the United States. Angeline is a community we are currently building out in Pasco County, and it's a benchmark, I think, of all the things that we've learned over the last 20 years. Right down Veterans, 45 minutes, exit 27. I welcome anyone to drive down there and see all the exciting things that we're doing. So one of the unique ideas we came up with for a welcome center was to actually do a farm on site. And here's a rendering of what we imagined it would look like. And here's the farm today. So like I said, You can see these things, they're real. This is an awesome space for residents to gather. There's a cafe inside. You can get sangria, you can get a pizza, you can hang out, you can buy the fresh local produce from the garden. And also within the Welcome Center, we have an interactive display where people can go and learn about the history of the land, the history of the project, all the exciting things that are coming. So it's a really neat welcome space. Over 100 miles of trails of varying types. So you have paved loops where you could drive a golf cart, multi-surface loops that could be boardwalks, that could be aggregate sand, and then our eco corridor loops. Our goal with a trail system in any community and in Tuscany as well is that you can get from point A to point B without getting in your car and driving there. You ride your bike, you walk, get in a golf cart, as I said. That reduces the reliance on vehicular transportation and is really better for everyone, as well as providing a really cool passive amenity for recreation. And so if you see in the kind of the blue blob, that is Angeline, and that is how our trails network is actually integrated into the larger regional trails network. So in addition, there's a 130-acre lake and park site that we designated as a regional county park. And we worked with staff to come up with this conceptual master plan, camping, amphitheater, open space, kayak launch, so we could really activate that site, but it would stay in its natural character, and there were minimal impacts to that area. And also, it's not just for the residents, it's a regional park that can be used by the rest of the community. So I talked about our healthcare partnerships a little bit. There was a study done in the mid-2010s, and the result was simply your zip code is a better predictor of your health than your genetic code. And I think what that means is it's about access. It's about access to education. It's about access to healthy lifestyle choices. It's about access to doctors and medical facilities. And we aim to include all of those things in the communities. We're really focused on the wellness, right? We're not just building houses. We're placemaking communities. Another example of that, we recently launched a partnership with Baycare in our Murata and Epperson communities. And each one of the residents has access to a wellness concierge or a wellness navigator. So sometimes it can be very difficult for people to get doctor's appointments. This is someone who 24/7, they can call up, say, hey, I need to get an appointment. I'm having trouble navigating my prescriptions. I'm having trouble with my insurance. A service that can help with all of those things. So it's unique, it's innovative, but it's focused on the wellness of our residents. I couldn't talk about our healthcare partnerships in Angeline without talking about Moffitt and their partnership. So they have began construction on an 800-acre piece of the Angeline property, and it's a world-class cancer treatment and research facility. 24 million square feet of commercial entitlements for that site, which is larger than downtown Tampa, and 14,000 jobs for Pasco County. So our residents have that access to those facilities, but also the greater Tampa Bay region. And this is a partnership on one of our projects that we're very excited. Phase 1 is currently under construction. Again, these are concepts, pretty pictures, but I want to reiterate, here it is. You drive down the Suncoast and see this construction right off Ridge Road. As I talked about retail and commercial, this picture we're looking at it's not, I wouldn't call this a town center that we're sort of thinking about and starting to plan for Tuscany. This is more of a neighborhood commercial, but it does show the integration of multifamily with your commercial, and then in the top right corner, you'll have single-family homes there as well. This is our picture of our IMPREP Academy, which is the first charter school we opened in our Epperson community. Super successful, and they're doing an expansion right now. This is actually not a rendering. This is the Angeline Academy of Innovation, part of our Angeline project. It is a 6 to 12 school. They have a robotics lab. They have a STEM curriculum, and it's actually right across the street from Moffitt's future campus. So this curriculum will be actually integrated with Moffitt when those people are up and running. The students will be able to get hands-on experience in life sciences fields that they otherwise wouldn't be able to. And this is our Dayspring Academy, which is opening this fall at Angeline, right across from our Welcome Center. It's a pre-K to third grade. And again, we want to provide education for all segments of the market, lower school, upper school, high school. Daycare is increasingly hard for people to come up with and afford. And we'll likely have something similar to this in our Tuscany project. So it wouldn't be Metro without talking about the lagoons. We were the first operator of a Metro lagoon in the United States. That was our 5-acre lagoon in our Epperson community. We are the largest operator of a lagoon in the United States. That's our 15-acre lagoon in Murata. I know we've heard lots of questions over the months and the time we've been working on this about water usage and the aquifer and how all that works. So I just want to give you some data. We're big on data and facts. The lagoon that we would do at Tuscany would be roughly 20% the size of our largest Murata lagoon. And the water usage per day would be somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000 gallons. So let's say 9,000 gallons per day. So I was interested in, what is that equivalent to in Beverly Hills or in Citrus County? The Twisted Oaks Golf Course in Beverly Hills, 319,000 gallons per day, more than 30 times the daily water usage of our proposed lagoons. So you can see their permit on the water management website. Here's an active adult amenity that, it's not just lagoons. We have pickleball facilities, bocce ball. These are sort of more smaller targeted amenities that don't serve as large a project or as large a community, but still very, very popular. This is our Epperson Lagoon. And this is our Angeline project. Again, this is an active adult-specific amenity. The Tuscany Ranch project, as I said, will target all segments of the market, but you may have some pods that are active adult, age-targeted, and you may have a specific designated amenity for those pods as well. That would look something like this. So I talked about technology. We are Streetleaf is a company that started out of the development Metro does in other places. They are the largest solar-powered streetlight operator in the United States. Solar-powered streetlights, over 10,000 currently in operation. They are in all of our communities. They're expanding nationwide, and it's really exciting what they're doing. Completely reduces reliance on the grid. These are solar-powered, individually monitored streetlights that you pop into the ground and go, and they have performed really, really well in the hurricanes over the last couple of years. I mean, I think there was a report after Ian where the team went out and monitored all the different streetlights to see if there was any damage. And out of thousands of streetlights, there were probably 10 that had like a slight lean. And so easily fixable. All the data is monitored in real time and adjustments are made. So If we're expecting cloudy weather for the next 2 weeks, they go into storm watch mode. There's not as much light coming in. They preserve energy. So really tech forward solution really to a development problem that was born out of necessity in some other communities. And then Ultrafy, which I mentioned too, is our fiber in the ground to every home that's included in the purchase price of a home. So you don't have to go to the charters and the frontiers and deal with all of those things. It's an easy solution. You know, move in, hook up, you're ready to go on day one. And above all, our goal is to maximize happiness for our residents and those in the community around us. Before I get into some Tuscany specifics, any questions? Any questions on any of the metro development stuff? Okay.
You do?
Before
Yeah.
he's finished, I would.
Yes.
You can continue.
Thank you. So Rob touched on this a little bit, and I'll sort of echo those thoughts. What is Tuscany Ranch today? Right? We have an approved DRI that's been in place since 1981. We have approved entitlements for these residential and commercial uses. But what we also have is some sort of conflicting development standards that were created far before the Land Development Code in Citrus County was in its current form. And so there are these conflicting things, these conflicting uses, these conflicting descriptions and densities, and really what this PUD tries to do is clear that all up. You have a master plan, which is the 2 pages. You have the front page and then the second page with all the development standards. So that's a big part of what we're trying to do. And then as well, there's no clear path in the existing DRI. How is 491 going to be expanded? And then also, as I said when we met with staff, hey, it's great. They told us you have all these residential entitlements, but what about the commercial to support that? You know, people are going to live. Where are they going to go work, play, eat, and recreate? So before I talk about kind of the solutions to those issues, I just want to highlight again the interactive growth model and some of our key takeaways and how we can propose solutions to some of those issues that the county at large is facing. District 3 will grow by 13,000 new residents in 2040. Only 7% of existing residential development is multifamily. The pace of commercial development has not kept up with population growth. And then as I talked about, walkable, well-placed commercial nodes reduce vehicular transportation. So those are all things we're trying to implement in this plan. So what is the solution? What do we get? What is Tuscany Ranch, in the future? So I've talked to you about Metro and what we bring to the table. Nationally recognized developer who has experience executing on these ideas dozens of times. We started to talk about the 491 widening project. I think what's been missed in this whole conversation around 491 in the last couple of weeks is Metro is making significant contributions to the tune of $50 million plus in infrastructure and impacts. Specifically, we are providing the right-of-way that needs to be provided so that the expansion can happen, and that will expedite the expansion when the county has that right-of-way. We're providing the drainage, which, the longer this process goes without the necessary right-of-way and drainage, the harder it becomes to actually make that expansion happen. So we're here at the table. We are going above and beyond what is required of us in the existing DRI, and we're proposing all these solutions that have been asked for, and we think these are, we think staff's been agreeable to all these things, and we're happy to make those contributions because it benefits everyone, right? We want to have successful roads and infrastructure in our project. It's an important part of our project. It's also important for the larger community. So I talked about infrastructure, school and early learning center. We will designate a school and early learning center on our site plan. Like I said, we've had some discussions with the school board, school district in the past. But we'll continue those discussions and we'll figure out how to mitigate any student generation from our community. No environmental impacts. 36% of Citrus County is currently conservation land. This site is not that. This site is not an environmentally sensitive site. There are no jurisdictional wetlands. It's the most appropriate place to develop a community like this, and the comp plan would say the same thing. And then, as we said, 0 additional units or density. We're not asking for any more units. We're reconfiguring this plan to bring it up to speed, to update it after 45 years. I'll save this. Here's an example of compatibility between different residential uses as described in our plan. So on the top of this road here, you have like a fourplex, right? People hear quadplex and they don't like what maybe that picture comes to mind. This is a successful integration of a fourplex with, on your bottom right, you have single family detached. And the important thing is that the character of the neighborhood, regardless of the varying product types, is the same. And that's what we're trying to, the message that we're trying to get across. Here's another example of some single-family detached residences in our Angeline community and some single-family attached residences. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer. If not, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Gibbs to talk about the really fine granular details of the PUD plan.
You all have any questions? We can continue on.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Facemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to compliment the developer on their due diligence. You've done a lot of planning and it's evident. But I'd like for you to address the elephant in the room, and that's the lagoon.
Yeah.
We've heard it mentioned as an option, a potential amenity, and I think it would be really important and really helpful for this board to understand what the real plan is for that. If it's optional, it could be the first item in, so we need to understand that. Can you help us get some comfort level with that?
Sure. So you're right, it does say that it's optional, but let's just assume that it's going to be in. Let's assume that, yes, we're going to move forward with the lagoon. It would not be the first item in. It would probably come somewhere maybe 2 to 4 years down the road from the first home sites that are constructed. Typically, the way that we operate the lagoons is they are an amenity for the residents. So you'll have like certain hours for residents only, but then we'll also make it available to the public as well. So it's kind of a semi-private amenity. Food, drink, we'll have yoga, we'll have, small musical, not concerts, but, small bands come and play. And it's we'll have the obstacle course, we'll have kayaks and paddleboards. So this kind of supports a really diverse range of, kids and grandkids can go swim, play in the lagoon, but also parents, adults can hang out in their cabana and have a beverage.
It sounds as though it would be similar to many of the golf courses around here in this area, where there would be members or residents in this case, and it would also be open to the public. Do you have any estimate of the impact that would have on traffic, additional traffic impact from people coming from the community, outside community? I mean, just a guesstimate, 5%, 10%, 50%.
Yeah, it's a small percentage when you're comparing it to the development, but I think.
I can take that. If you don't mind. Good morning. If I can
Please
help
state your
Justin
name.
answer. Yeah, I'm Kartik Goyani. I'm with Metro Development Group. The reason I wanted to chime in is because we actually did a study on our lagoon in Waimama, which would be slightly larger than this one if we move forward with this one. It's around 5 acres, open to the residents and the non-residents. And we did a traffic study, and on an average, our consultant estimated that was resulting in trips equivalent to around 99 single-family homes on people coming from outside the community. So if we do that, we'll obviously have to still keep our traffic unit threshold in check from what we have currently approved. We're not planning on exceeding that. But those were the numbers, and that study was done, I believe, around 18 months back. So relatively still new.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, Justin. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I have a question for, maybe you can answer. You sound like the data guy with the lagoon. So I think this would be
Absolutely.
pretty. Maybe you have this information, maybe you don't, but I'm just sitting here thinking,
right.
people are worried about the water with the
Yeah,
lagoon.
sure,
The water,
sure.
9,000 gallons per day. How many gallons is it going to take to fill the lagoon? Stuff like that. So if you have the lagoon in this community and you have
Right.
4,933 units, typically in Florida, I don't know what the number is, but it seems like 75% to 80% of every home has a pool.
Correct.
How many gallons are in each pool? And then based on your communities that you've developed in the past, how many pools are you eliminating because people go, hey, I live here, I'm a resident here. Now I don't need a pool because the kids are just going to go to the lagoon. So we're eliminating pools because you have a lagoon. Do you know what like the offset number
Yeah.
is? So we can sort of like maybe
I
tell
love
the public.
that question because that was our thinking when we actually built the very first lagoon in Wesley Chapel. The idea was it does twofold. So let me I'm going to answer it a little bit longer way on how the idea of the lagoon came by, and I'm also going to answer your very specific questions on the numbers. So our initial thinking coming out of the downturn on how do we create amazing communities where when the next downturn hits, and no one knows when it is, but it'll be sometime, people don't have to make a choice between paying their mortgage or paying for, back then there used to be what we call these huge, humongous 20,000 square feet clubhouses with golf courses, with or without golf courses. The monthly HOA maintenance fees associated to each home for these ginormous clubhouses were in $100 to $120 a month. And during the downturn, people are like, we don't want to pay for that. Close it down, doesn't even make sense. We'd rather use that money towards your mortgage. And then you have costs associated with maintaining your own swimming pool. On an average, if you have someone do it, it's around $70 to $100 a month per home just to clean the pool, let alone the cost to build it. So we're like, if we do a lagoon, how cool would it be? It would serve two purposes. How people would not have to pay the $70,000 to $75,000 upfront to build their backyard pool. Two, we keep the costs significantly low. Currently, we charge around less than $40 a month for the entire family, not a person, for the entire family to access the lagoon, which is half of what it would cost for you to just basically clean your pool if you got a service to do that. Back to the size of that, an average pool, a backyard pool in Florida, I believe is around 20,000 gallons. You do that times, I'm going to do some mental math, 5,000, so around 10 million gallons just in those pools. The lagoon here would be much smaller than that. And the way we control the fill, I can give you examples from 4 other places we've done it. We always start by going to the local utility and say, what is your preference? Do you want us to buy water from you all? Do you want us to use an existing water use permit? And we can control it. The lagoon doesn't get filled overnight. We fill it over a time duration of 60 to 90 days. And in all instances, the utilities have come back to us and say, hey, let us just sell you water at off-peak hours where we as the utility are going to control the allocation you get on a daily basis, and you just have the trickle effect go on, and then the lagoon fills up. Compared to, and I'm going to have Justin come here, he has the numbers on the golf course. So that's the initial fill. Once the lagoon's full, and it's a one-time thing, our studies and data have shown that on an average, we need 9,000 gallons of water a day, just to kind of keep the levels across the year. So that's half a backyard swimming pool. So very, very small. Now when you start comparing, this is what got us excited about the lagoons in the first place. When you compare that to golf courses, the water consumption, and Justin, you have the data on Twisted Oaks.
Over 30 times.
So the golf course right in this DRI, we're not part of it, it's not our golf course, that's 30 times more daily to just water that golf course than it takes for the lagoon. That's why, as Justin mentioned, we're very big on sustainability, and we wanted to create an amenity that not only looks awesome, but it is great for our residents and the community in general without having the water consumption associated with golf courses. And as Justin said, it's 1/30th of a golf course. So that it was, I know, a little bit long-winded answer, but if I missed anything, I'm happy to go
I think the long and short of it is basically the lagoon is eliminating every house or almost every house in the community building a swimming pool.
Absolutely. Yeah, they don't need to. They get a choice. If their kids want to have fun, they don't need their own backyard pool. Absolutely.
And you have confirmational data that we could look at, or that that you could say, hey, a typical community in Citrus County, this many houses has this many pools. Our community has this many houses and this many pools, which is how much less than a typical community. Just to kind of, and right. I know that's very specific,
correct.
But the only reason I asked it is because you're talking in specifics.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's for the public mostly.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we don't have Citrus County data because we haven't built a lagoon in Citrus County, but we do have it from other communities where we've built a lagoon. And initially, I'll tell you on our community in Pasco, for the first 2.5 years from the time we opened the lagoon, I think there were only like 25 or 30 pools in the entire community, as opposed to people buying a home with a pool day one. Okay. COVID changed a lot of that for other reasons out of anyone's control, but we don't see that influencing this or happening again, hopefully.
Thank you.
I've got one.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
While we're talking about water, we have a concurrency letter from your water company saying that they'll be able, capabilities of 200 to 400 homes a year.
Right.
So we just say on the low side, say 200 homes. And now you're going to add, nowhere in that letter does it say that the lagoon, now we're adding 9,000 gallons a day.
Yeah, so I'm going to have Justin clarify on the utility. I don't think there is a cap on the water. Yeah.
So, and we'll talk about the development agreement, but the development agreement and a staff condition requires, in conjunction with platting any subdivision, including commercial subdivisions, to create commercial lots to build things on, including a lagoon, to require a concurrency letter. So prior to platting the commercial portion of the property that would include the lagoon, we would need to provide staff with an updated concurrency letter that they have the ability to serve.
But if we went by the current concurrency letter that you have provided to us at 200 to 400 homes, there's no way you can build any homes if you put the lagoon in. How are they going to change it?
Yes. Yeah, okay.
So we're negotiating and really actually about to sign a utility agreement with a private provider. They do not have an issue with water capacity. The concerns we've heard in the past are surrounding wastewater. But with that said, it's our responsibility, along with the private utility provider, to demonstrate concurrency for all of these things before we go to plat them or construct them. To your point about homes versus commercial, there's a mechanism using, available data from whether it's Citrus County Utilities or the state, that you can convert those allocations from what does a single family home use versus what is X square feet of commercial entitlements used versus, how many gallons per day does the lagoon use? And, those calculations will be done. We'll be required to demonstrate that the utility services exist before we put anything in the ground.
So they tell you that you can build 200 to 400 homes. I'm just trying to grab a hold of this. 200 to 400 homes. They don't have any idea that the lagoon, whether it's commercial or residential.
They absolutely do.
I mean,
and if
it's optional. It's on your plans. It's optional.
If
It's
we
not
need-
nothing set in stone, and there's nothing in the letter that says that even includes the lagoon in your concurrency letter. I'm just trying to grab a hold of that, because at 9,000 gallons, that's more than what a single-family home would use in a month, and we're talking daily use.
Right.
And we don't have that water right now. I mean, we have a water shortage, not only in Citrus County, but most of Florida, if not all of Florida. So I'm just trying to grab a hold of the math.
Yeah, my understanding, maybe the letter doesn't do a good job. I have been involved in discussions with the utility company. They don't have the numbers are designed more for wastewater, not for water. Happy to get a clarification. From a high level standpoint, the cost of the lagoon is in tens of millions of dollars. We would not build one if we can't get water. So we have to plan it out well. And this is a 20-year planning horizon for this community. And yeah, if there's no water, we'll not be able to build a lagoon. We can't leave it. We can't invest tens of millions of dollars and have a hole in the ground. That would not be a good look for the community that we're trying to create. And as you see, we're very proud of the communities we create. And we have dozens of examples throughout the state. So happy to get a clarification on the letter for the water. Looks like we didn't do a very good job on that part. But again, it would be on us. We wouldn't build a lagoon if there's no water.
All right, then my second question to that is the, sorry, my mind went blank for a second. Go ahead, Commissioner Bozeman, let me regroup.
Again, just to kind of echo what my colleague next door to me said, your recognition of some of the issues that came up at the last meeting have been addressed, and I think y'all have done a good job of going back and doing that, so I appreciate that. Back to the elephant in the room, the lagoon, and hopefully this will spur your memory. So you're talking about a little over 3.5 million gallons a year is based on on the high side, the 10,000 gallon per day consumption.
The 10,000 gallon a day is not where you open the faucet and fill it in. We get rainwater.
That's evaporation.
That's
rainwater.
correct. It's like an average balance. So
Right.
I can tell you in the lagoons we have. Happy to get the exact data here in the next 5 minutes. We're not going in and connecting a hose and adding water to it. We get a lot of rainwater in Florida that keeps the lagoon pretty much in balance throughout the year.
And these are all lined, so you're not worried about
They are all lined,
percolation,
correct.
so you're
Yes,
not worried about
yes.
seepage into the ground.
No.
So that's obviously
Absolutely. They have a thick liner at the bottom.
How many do y'all have, lagoons?
We have 4 that are fully open. The
Mhm.
first one opened in 2018, so around 7 years. And we have 3 more under construction, excluding this one.
And these are in counties south of us, Pasco and
Yes, correct. All the way to Fort Myers.
Fort Myers?
Yes,
Okay,
Pasco,
good.
Hillsborough, Manatee, Fort Myers, East, Jacksonville.
Yeah. So, thinking about water consumption, water conservation, where are you at in terms of having conversations about reuse the water when people flush toilets? What's the current disposal, or do you want to wait until later in the presentation? But if you're slated to use, just say 3.5 million gallons a day average with the lagoon, plus every toilet flushing in every house that you build over the course of time, they're going to be generating an awful lot of effluent water. And the current disposal site is where? Do we know?
It's the seven. So Yes, sir. I'm going to address that two
Just
ways.
quick
Yeah, yeah,
answer,
yeah.
that's fine.
So right now, the permit to expand the existing, again, the central state issue is wastewater, not water, and it's being
Correct.
addressed. Now, the good news is when it goes to 1 million, that's going to be advanced treatment. So there's going to be gray water available. So that reuse water will then go to the golf course that's currently being watered with potable water. That will free up a whole lot of potable water to serve the project. So
That's the direction I hope you're headed in,
Yes, sir.
because it makes perfect sense, and I've got a background in that, so I clearly understand that. So there is a plan in place at some point to transition, and maybe Mr. Stillwell's got better information on that, I don't know, but just to start the conversation, and there's be some follow-ups.
Absolutely, and I'm going to add another data point. Across all our communities, we work very hard, even where there is no reclaimed available. It costs us. I'll give you numbers. It costs us $2,500 extra per home upfront to put a reclaim line in place. Yet every time, given a choice, we go back to the utility company and we try and fight as hard as we can, even if you have to put in a reclaimed dry line, because that way it is much better for our homeowners, that they have lower consumption, lower monthly utility bills. And in some cases that comes 2 years, 3 years after we're done, because that's when the reclaimed is available, but the lines are already there. So it's, for us, it's pretty much a standard. We do that in all our communities.
You're talking about for residential irrigation, plus if there's a golf course. So, and
Absolutely.
and how are you handling that in Pasco, let's say Pasco County?
Reclaimed.
And that's going where?
So we have reclaimed lines running to all the homes for the residential one.
Okay.
For the lagoon, again, it pretty much self-balances. Any extra with rainfall, it just goes into the stormwater pond. We do need an ERP permit.
So in essence, we're sucking it out of the ground. Instead of sucking it out of the ground, we're going to pump it from the wastewater treatment plant. So there's a delta that crosses
Right.
somewhere to
Yes.
where it balances.
Absolutely.
Is that what your goals
Right.
are?
Yes, that's our goal.
I'm
Yep.
glad to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, before you bring up the next speaker, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back at 11:05.
Thank you.
ours, and I guess they were getting into form-based code, so hopefully he does really well up there. Really nice guy, but I
Believe me, my mind was on that bathroom right now.
I figured.
I thought about getting up. I don't know if I
Pretty
get
neat.
up.
Yeah, I don't mind getting up. I think it looks improper to the public, you know, and I try not to earlier, that's why, but I'm pretty sure my number was right. I don't know where. Beverly Hills. Yeah.
We're gonna lose the meeting here in a second. We'll see that shit. What are you talking about?
There's just elevation change in the area, like there is in you played Southern Hills? Yeah. The last one repeat. Did you?
I know.
All right, and we're going to continue.
All right, good morning. My name is Paul Gibbs. I'm with Community Land Design, a land planner and landscape architect, Ocala, Florida. I think I mentioned this last time, but I've actually been involved with the Beverly Hills project over the years, off and on, since the mid-'80s. So not too long after the DRI was, created. Let's go to the first slide I want to talk about. This is a location map. The Tuscany Ranch, the PUD portion is shown in green. All the orange lines represent the major road networks. We have 491, which we front, US 41 and 486. But one thing in particular this aerial map shows is how much development is in the Central Ridge region already. We've got Citrus Springs, very large scale, Pine Ridge, Beverly Hills existing, Black Diamond, Terra Vista, and several of the other Citrus Hills villages. So we're the largest undeveloped portion in this Central Ridge area that's shown on the map, shown in green, again tied to the 1981 DRI. This is just a close-up of the Tuscany Ranch boundary. You can see part of the golf course toward the center, and you'll see 491 on the west boundary. And this is just for a reference. One thing this shows, again, is the close-up of the fairways at Twisted Oaks. That's the newest subdivision in Beverly Hills, and I believe they're getting close to being built out already. They are inside the golf course loop, and then Tuscany Ranch is for the most part, on the outside of the golf course loop. This exhibit shows. I'm trying to depict the difference between where the DRI lands are compared to where the proposed Tuscany PUD. So everything you see that has a color shade is part of the 1981 DRI. You'll see some isolated parcels on 491 across from Black Diamond. You'll see all the lands up and down Forest Ridge Boulevard. You'll see the green golf course area, Twisted Oaks we talked about just a while ago. And then everything in purple is the proposed Tuscany Ranch PUD. So again, all the combined colors represents the extent of the DRI. This graphic depicts essentially what is the current 2021 version of the DRI. Essentially, just a couple high points I want to point out. You'll see most of the commercial is focused along 491. The areas in orange are the higher density multifamily, and then the lighter yellow areas are the various single family neighborhoods. What this slide depicts is some of the proposed changes to the DRI that we're proposing to make. And where we're changing the DRI, they're reflected the same in the PUD maps. The areas of major change are the areas with the big red circles. For example, along Forest Ridge Boulevard today, there's designated 3 non-residential development areas that are not with the highway frontage. One of those, the one in the middle, is 6.5 acres total, right at the entrance to Laurel Ridge subdivision. A lot of people probably don't even realize that land is designated for that use. As part of our PUD and the DRI modification, we're proposing to convert those 3 non-residential areas to residential uses. And then we'll concentrate the commercial along the highway. We do have one small, it's about 1 acre, it's labeled CN1 on the very north end along 491, and we're going to absorb that into the BCO commercial areas. And then lastly, I just want to call your attention, if you look closely, there is a loop road that basically goes from Forest Ridge Boulevard, goes north, kind of through the golf course, and then comes back south, back to Forest Ridge Boulevard. With the Tuscany Ranch PUD, we want to kind of separate ourselves somewhat, from what's existing, and so we're we're going to show you a modified internal circulation road. Okay, this is the proposed DRI with the changes that I just described, but we'll go to the PUD, which shows it more clearly. Actually, while I'm on this slide, near the library, let's see, right down here, see that orange down there? That is an undeveloped multifamily parcel in the DRI, but it's not within the PUD. That is where the 165 multifamily units that are approved are located. We're going to take 1,250 of what we're already authorized to use. The 165 is going to go into that area that I just highlighted. Okay, let's focus on, this is the PUD map. Again, we're focusing all the non-residential along 491 in red, and we're calling that the town center areas. We talked about the lagoon option. The location for that has been designated, and we're in BCO 1. So it's on, obviously, the Tuscany side of 491, but near the intersection with Hampshire Boulevard, just for reference. We have the higher density multifamily, again in orange. And so we have the higher density residential adjacent to the commercial. And then what's shown in yellow is the single family residential areas. And one thing we talked about last time, the DRI describes single family. There's 3 different categories. They call it single family detached, single family cluster, and single family attached. We're going to keep those 3 designations as part of the PUD. And with each designation, there's a density that's already defined for us on that. So all the SF areas in yellow will be a combination of those single-family uses. We just desire the flexibility for placement of whether it's detached or cluster or attached. The placement of that, we don't want to define that yet because, frankly, we don't really know. It's usually driven by market demand. All right. Road A is the road that's connects on the south end of the PUD, connects to Forest Ridge Boulevard. Like I said, we've detached it from the Laurel Ridge roadway system. And so it loops around, goes north, and then it goes back west toward 491. So that's going to be our internal neighborhood type collector road. That'll serve all the individual neighborhoods. And then shown in green, right in the center of the yellow, is the recreation amenity sites. Justin showed 2 or 3 examples from their other developments. These are the areas with the pickleball, the bocce ball, the swimming pools. And so we're designating 20 acres within the PUD for those uses. Just for comparison, if you're familiar with Terra Vista, it's very similar to what they have. And the way we've verbally described our recreation, it may be in one location, it may be in 2 or 3 locations. It could be in single family and in multifamily. A lot of times, like if you have the active 55 plus neighborhoods, they have their own amenities separate from, like the apartment complexes usually would have their own recreation amenities. Okay, let's talk about Road D. Road D is a proposed road that's between the town center and the multifamily. So if you look up like where MF1 is, that's going to function as a reverse collector road. Whereas if you live in Tuscany Ranch or in existing Beverly Hills, you can go up through Road A or through Forest Ridge Boulevard, and you'd be able to access all of those businesses and stores, employment centers, et cetera, without even going out onto 491. So it's called internal capture. So that's a real benefit of when you're doing these large-scale master plan communities. You can achieve some of those types of things. We talked about the lagoon already. It's only depicted in the verbiage on the PUD, but let's talk about open space, because there was some confusion on that last time. The open space is separate from the recreation amenity site that I just described as being 20 acres. The comprehensive plan of Citrus County requires 20% open space. So as each phase or plat comes forward to the county, they're going to have to prove that they're meeting that open space requirement. So that's 20%. So, over this size project, it's a pretty substantial amount of acreage. It's more than just the amenity center. Just for comparison, and this is not an exact number, the current DRI table breaks down recreation uses kind of by neighborhood or by section of the yellow areas on the plan. But if you do the math, the recreation, and they've merged it, recreation/open space, it only calculates up to about 6% open space, where we're going to bring this up to modern standards and meet the comp plan and LDC with the 20%. As far as buffers, the DRI already has defined certain areas where we have to have perimeter buffers, 25-foot with a certain opacity, things like that. So we're gonna keep all of the existing buffer requirements that the DRI has, as well as meet any of the LDC standards for that. So no deviations requested for that. I'm going to go to some enlargements, but this is sheet 2 of the PUD master plan. It has all the site data, has a lot of the notes and the descriptions of the road networks, descriptions of the buffers, things like that. For the non-residential town center areas along 491, we are not requesting any deviations from the land development code in terms of setback, impervious surface ratio, floor area ratio, building height, parking standards, buffers, et cetera. When someone comes forward with a proposed commercial site plan, they will meet the current land development code. So no deviations requested as part of the PUD. And this is the residential development standards. And again, I want to highlight the changes are highlighted in red to make it a little easier. The first box to the left is the single-family detached, single-family cluster, single-family attached descriptions. They have their own associated lot width, setbacks, et cetera, impervious surface ratios. They also, on the far right of the table, has the maximum density. For example, single-family detached has a density of 3.5 units per acre. That's already defined in the DRI, so we're going to stick with that. Single-family cluster has 5 units per acre, single-family attached up to 6 units per acre. So that's, just wanted to point out how the single-family different types of uses work. Side corner setback is a deviation request that we're making for the PUD. Right now, if you have a corner lot, you have to have a 25-foot building setback for your house from both streets. That creates a very large corner lot. Most of the builders and developers don't really like to do that. So we're requesting a 15-foot side corner setback. So we'd still have the front setback would be 25, no deviations on the fronts. But for the side, we're going to 15. I've requested them on many other PUDs that we've gone as low as 15 and 18 as far as the front setbacks. We are requesting what I call a variable impervious surface ratio. You'll see on the table. Basically, the larger lots have a lower impervious surface ratio. 55% is the lowest we're requesting. Single-family cluster, we're going up to 60%. Single-family attached, 65%. And then when we get to multifamily, 70%. It's a kind of a sliding scale based on the density of that particular neighborhood. And those will be measured in the text. It describes ISRs can be measured by plat or phase and not by individual lot as well. And I do want to clarify, even though those lots or neighborhoods might have a higher ISR than the LDC, currently states, we're still required to meet the 20% open space. So those are somewhat two different things. Let's see here. Let's talk about multifamily. Those were the orange areas on the map. We have 1,250 units already approved as part of the DRI. So we're gonna maintain that. One thing interesting, the DRI defines multifamily as 10 units per acre. In addition to that, further, the DRI description of their 10 unit per acre product is 1-story units. Now, that really doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, you'd have your whole lot filled up, if you're doing a bunch of apartments, to achieve 10 units per acre. So we're proposing to bring it up to more current standards, what an apartment or townhome developer would expect, and that would be the 2- and 3-story product. And we're defining, and if that 1-story definition in the DRI wasn't there, we would not have to ask for a deviation requesting 2 and 3 stories, because the building code, the land development code already allows that building height. So we are limiting, however, where we do have 3 stories, they will be abutting only the commercial properties. So I think it's the BCO 1 and 4 areas, whatever. It's the 2 areas that directly abut the commercial property. And any areas, I think it's MF4, it does abut part of the old Beverly Hills. I think it's called Beverly Hills Unit 3A. There may be 20 homes along that common boundary. Where that situation occurs, we would be limiting to 2-story. So we have a little bit better transition. And then we're also on the last line item there. Again, we're requesting up to 15 units per acre for an individual, say it's an apartment complex. An apartment complex may only be a 10-acre site of the 157 acres of multifamily. So we may have one multifamily pod that goes up to 15%. It might be 15 units per acre. It might be 12 units per acre. But again, we're limiting those to the areas that are adjacent to the commercial in the MF1 and MF4 areas. And with that, even though we have the potential for an individual apartment complex to be up to 15 units per acre, we cannot exceed the total multifamily approved density of 10 units per acre. So one unit may be proposed as 15 units per acre. You might have another apartment complex next door to it or down the road. It may only have 8 units per acre, but we're still fixed to the 1,250 total units, so we cannot exceed that. And this is the PUD site data table. On the left column in the box, you'll see the 4,937 residential lots or units, and that's part of the 5,102 remaining approved residential units in the DRI. So we're not asking for any increase. Across from the orange line in the table under density, you'll see, because we're providing 150, looks like 4.7 acres of multifamily land, We're limited to 1,250 units. The actual density calculates to just over 8 units per acre, like overall. So that's where the limit of the 1,250 in the acreage kind of helps to control, what you can do, and then we're also offering to control where those higher density would be located. And then lastly, the combined density of all the residential units, single-family, multifamily, calculates out to 4.6 units per acre for the PUD. I'm not going to get into detail on this, but this is a PUD standards comparison table, except for Tuscany Ranch that's on the bottom. All of these projects have been approved by this board and the BOCC. It shows the different standards for impervious surface ratio, a lot of different variations in how the numbers are and how they're calculated. We also have some different methods on density, and a lot of variation in front and side corner setbacks. Like I said, we have some front setbacks as short as 15 feet. Our front setback's 25, but we're requesting a deviation on the side setback of 15 feet. I worked on all of these PUD projects, except for the Amber Ridge project. You don't always see me, you usually see the attorneys. So I'm very familiar with these standards and what's been approved here in recent years. And this is my last slide. This is just an example of some existing and pending 3- and 4-story multifamily developments in Citrus County. Grand Living, granted it's an assisted living, but it's in Terra Vista. It's a 4-story assisted living, very nice facility. It backs up to 1-story villas. But that's one of the taller buildings in the county, I believe. The Colonnade Park Apartments, 3-story in Inverness, Florida. It's a fairly new project. And we have the fountains at Hidden Lake and Crystal River. That's under construction now, and that's for a 4-story apartment building. And then Hillside Apartments at Black Diamond / Amber Ridge. That is a 3-story apartment complex. I know they have their Swift Mud permit. I'm not familiar with the status with their county permitting or the schedule on it. But that project is just under 20 units per acre density with the 3-story product. We have Summerhill at Meadowcrest. It's another 3-story apartment type complex, multifamily. And then there's another 3-story apartment project proposed in Meadowcrest adjacent to the old Winn-Dixie. And not shown on here, we also have the Forest Ridge Senior Residence behind Publix, which is 3-story. So, I mean, that's pretty much what the apartment developers like to see. It helps greatly to keep the rental costs more affordable or attainable. And, I think it's good to be, part of the mix in the 4,000-something, residential units that we're proposing. And so I will turn it over to Rob, unless you have any specific questions you want to ask of me.
Commissioner Shara.
Mr. Chair, good morning.
Good morning.
It's still morning almost.
Okay.
I have several questions, I think, for you and for Rob as well.
Mm-hmm.
And what I want to do is dive into some of these details. And number one, it's a good presentation, and you folks clearly have a lot of experience, and we have a severe need for affordable housing in this county. So I'm not going to say anything but positive regarding that. But what I see here that's going to show up again in the development agreement is that what you're requesting from the original 1981 DRI to your proposed PUD are really some substantial changes, and you haven't provided a lot of detail regarding single family. So let's get into that if we could. And that's just the devil's in the details, so I think it's time to get into the detail. So if you can back up and show, Mr. Chair, if we could just back up and show the 1981 Beverly Hills DRI.
Thank you.
We'll get there in a second.
Sure.
I think it's at page 231.
231, thank you.
No, but I mean, if the board members wanted to refer to it.
Yeah, I'm looking at 231 in
Yeah.
our package. All right, while they're, okay, we have this up. So back in 1981, the developers, in agreement with the county, put together this DRI. And the one thing that struck me as we're looking at the proposed PUD is this DRI was very granular in terms of what could be built where in the single-family areas. And there is a table in our chart, it's on page 1, or in our presentation on page 150, that, to be fair, is confusing as heck, because it shows single-family, DRI approved, proposed.
Okay.
It shows numbers and columns, and you need a slide rule to figure it out. But the bottom line is, when you look at what is characterized now as single-family, there's substantial changes. So let's go to the next picture. And as we look at these things, one of the things we keep in the back of our mind is compatibility with existing neighborhoods. And compatibility has an operational definition. It's a long-term, collaborative relationship between what you're proposing and the existing neighborhoods. So if we take a look at this, what's up on the screen now, in any of these areas, I'm going down to your picture, sorry, I'm behind you. Any of these areas marked single family, we don't see any detail here. We don't see any detail regarding, other than Road A and Road D, where roads, streets, cul-de-sacs would be located, what type of proposed housing for single family would be located, whether it's single family detached, single family attached, meaning sharing a common wall, or single family cluster, which you define in the development agreement as a more contemporary approach with a zero lot line.
Right.
And you have that flexibility to build any and all these in any one particular area, even potentially next to one another. And you also say that you have 1- and 2-story products. I'm not sure what a 1- or 2-story product is. Is a product just a 2-story single-family home, or are you proposing to introduce in these 1- or 2-story products what would be equivalent of an apartment? Then you also say you want the right for interchangeability to put in multifamily. So when we look at what is now shown as single family up here, you're asking for interchangeability, which is new to your PUD, which is not part of the original DRI, but there's no detail. So sitting up here, other than the fact that we need housing, we need affordable housing, this committee or this commission has to deal in the details. So where is the detail supporting what it is you're actually proposing for single family?
Let me try to answer that in a couple different ways. Single family detached, it could be a 2-story home. It could be a 1-story home. Depends on the builder, depends on the demand. The neighborhood I live in, we probably have about 15% of the homes are single family detached or 2-story. And we're seeing more and more of those. Single family cluster is essentially, for the most part, the same thing. I'll give you an example. If you're familiar with the fairways at Twisted Oaks, that's inside the golf course, the newer development that's been built. Okay. That originally on the DRI was designated as single family detached, but because the density exceeded the 3.5 units per acre as defined by the DRI, we had to get that changed through this process to single-family cluster. The actual housing, they're all single-family detached homes on individual lots. They don't look much different than a lot of the other neighborhoods in Beverly Hills. So that's just one part of the puzzle. Single-family cluster, in my experience, most of the time, those are still single-family detached products. Again, 1- and 2-story typical. It's just at a higher density, a little bit smaller property. When you have the smaller property, you still have to meet the open space requirements. Single-family attached is probably where some of the confusion comes in, and believe me, it was confusing to our team as well, the way the DRI defines it. So single-family attached could be, it could be a duplex, it could be a triplex. You already have probably 200-300 duplexes and triplexes in Beverly Hills. They're designated as single-family attached. Those are mostly around the Beverly Hills Circle for reference. It could be a townhome, but one thing that is different between single-family attached and multifamily is the density, where multifamily allows up to 10 units per acre. Single-family attached limits it to 6 units per acre. So it would be a less dense, probably leaning toward more to duplex or perhaps townhome type product at a lower density than multifamily would be. And again, that's tied to the DRI, which we're not requesting changes to the definition of that. So now, as far as placement, now envision, this is I think we had stated a 25-year build out.
Right.
There is no way that we could even predict, where a single-family attached development would be in here, or what the demand would be. And I'll tell you, over the years, I worked with and I'm still working with them, the Citrus Hills group on, just because it is a DRI, so I think it's comparable. In years past, based on market demand, something might have been designated as a single family or an estate lot, but we wanted to change it to villas. So if I remember correctly, every time those changes occurred, we had to go through a notice of proposed change with the DRI, back when those were that was the process in those days. So it was every time there was a market change of the developer, I'm running low on villa product, that's really the hot seller right now. We need to build some more. We've had the case in Citrus Hills where they actually built the roads, the sewer, the water stub outs. Their market changed. They were going to build, I think it was like triplex type units. They were very nice, probably 400,000 type units. But their market changed. They no longer needed that, so they had to go back through the process, re-engineer. The roads stayed where they were paved, but they had to move all the utility connections. We changed it to a villa product. Had another one, and these are just examples of why we don't like to show that level of detail, because things change literally by year or sometime by month, depending on the market. We had another, let's see, Terra Vista, their very last community that they just built the roads for. I don't remember the name of it. It's right near their golf clubhouse anyway. It was engineered and permitted for estate lots, because they were getting a lot of demand for the 2 million plus large homes. But once they got the permit, their market changed. Like, oh my, we are running low on villa lots again. So we completely scrapped that engineering plan, re-engineered it, and now it's built as a villa product instead of estate homes. So that's how fast the market changes can affect the detail, and that's why, when we're talking about 1,000 acres, we don't like to specify, because those things change just too often, and it's usually market driven. In general, though, we've maintained the SFC, SFD, SFA within the yellow areas, which is pretty much the same placement as the DRI map shows it. The only thing different, where we have one big area of yellow, they divided the yellow into like maybe eight pieces.
Well, they were very specific in terms of what type of single family you could construct, and you would, and a planner could sit there and say, we know what this community is going to look like by the nature of those units. So let's address compatibility for a second, particularly to the community. It's immediately to the right of Road A. Those are I believe they're 1 acre lots, and I just looked at them on the GIS, so I couldn't tell exactly the size. But those folks are sitting there with their 1 acre lots, and you're going to have a buffer, as you've identified, and you potentially, the way this is designated now, you could have cluster homes, you could have 2-story units, so they could be facing the back of what for all intents and purposes would be an apartment building, not a multifamily apartment building. I'm not even sure what multifamily in this area looks like. I did ask that, but there's a lot to, a lot for you to explain. So what does multifamily look like in this area? You're asking for interchangeable for multifamily.
Multifamily or single-family attached?
Well, you're asking for, in your interchangeability, you're asking to be able to put multifamily in a single-family area.
Well, technically, no. Yes, and no. And we've had tons of
That's what it
discussions. We had a lot of discussions with Joanna Coutu on that. Part of the problem originates with how the DRI is structured. The DRI has.
So just my colleagues said I've misinterpreted that. I don't think I have. I think that your language states you want interchangeability outside of the MF areas to put multifamily in what's shown as single family.
Not exactly. It depends. The single-family attached areas in the DRI, attached housing is attached housing. Like I said, it could be a duplex, it could be a triplex, it could be a townhome. It's limited to 6 units per acre. That's how the DRI is structured. So we're not changing that. The only thing we're changing is we're not specifying an existing location for, in fact, I think you just went by one of the slides.
Would you like your PowerPoint back on, sir?
Yeah.
Page 221 in the packet.
But most of on the DRI where they had it broke down into, I think, about 8 parcels.
Sure.
One of those is designated as SFD, single-family detached. That's the lower density product. But most of that one's perfect. Most of the other pods, so to speak, on the left are single-family cluster at 5 units per acre.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that.
Okay, you'll see it in red. Under each, you'll see the different pods within the DRI on the left exhibit. You'll see the yellow area is broken into about, say, 8 different pieces, okay? And they have like a SR8 designation. And then underneath it, it says if it's single-family attached, single-family cluster, or single-family detached on that exhibit. So that's designating, for example, 2 single-family attached products at 6 units per acre. It's designated 1 of those 8 or so pods as single-family detached, and that's the area south of Laurel Ridge along Forest Ridge Boulevard. And then the balance of the pods are all single-family cluster, which are 5 units per acre. And what this exhibit is showing, even without us designating the specific uses by location, if you look at the PUD exhibit to the right side, we're still at 5 units per acre overall. And project-wide, we're at 4.6 units per acre. So we're just asking to not specify the specific location of, we don't want to have to come back to you every year and say, oh, we changed our mind. We want to do 6 units per acre here, and now we want to just do a single-family detached, because the market changed.
I'm understanding your logic, but you do have multifamily, and you haven't defined what multifamily would be in this interchangeability. At least I didn't capture it. And maybe that needs to be a reference that's deleted, because if you can't define it, and I can't understand it.
Single-family attached.
No,
that's
multifamily.
Multifamily is the orange, okay?
No,
that's a different animal.
Okay, subject to clarification. Clearly, in the multifamily areas, you're building multifamily.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe I read, through the short 400 pages of documents here, that you also wanted the interchangeability to include multifamily into the single-family area.
That's what, I understand the confusion, because trust me, we were confused as well. When we first were trying to sort how do we define what we want to use, but keep with the existing DRI definitions. So single-family attached, by definition, in the LDC, an attached product, you could have two homes attached, duplex, that's multifamily.
Okay, so that, that working definition is how you come to multifamily.
So it's unfortunate, there's a little bit of confusion between the LDC definition and the DRI definition, and the distinction between what's in orange, multifamily, and the multifamily, which would be the SFA, which is a lower density in the yellow areas. So I fully understand your question on that. And then just let me back up real quick. You were talking about Road A and the little sliver of space between that and the Forest Lake North.
Well, we're trying to cover a lot of ground, and I probably shouldn't have introduced that at this point, but when we look at compatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods, nothing in the pictures you've shown would suggest that they wouldn't be compatible, with the surrounding area in general, but you do have some specific neighborhoods that are, you have larger single-family homes. In particular, the area just to the right of the recreational area. I can't read the print from where I'm sitting. I think it's Forest Lake.
That's correct.
And potentially, those people could be looking out their back window and looking at the back of a multi-story or two-story unit or units of some type.
I understand. Yeah, but let me just say, and then you can address it further. We're showing, as you saw and you noted, we have the 25-foot buffer that's required by the DRI, but we also have a fairly wide sliver of what I call yellow between that and the road. It's not wide enough to put housing in. It'll either be open space or drainage. So between Road A and Forest Lake North, for the most part, you're not going to have houses backing directly up to. You're going to have the buffer and additional green space or drainage retention. And that's addressing that.
This drawing's illustrative. I mean, it's a conceptual drawing at this point.
It's a master
And with the
plan.
lack of detail, that was my opening comment is you've got these, this 3-inch paintbrush all marked SFA with interchangeability without any clarity of what's going where as compared to what the DRI was. And I think you addressed that particularly over a 23-year build-out, which I believe is in the development agreement, that you would want the flexibility to change the product as the market changes.
Right.
And you would build those areas out over time.
That's right.
Okay, I think I understand that. Rob, did you?
I just wanted to add, so I think Paul adequately explained. It is, we understand the ambiguity. We've tried to address that. What this really boils down to, the best way to manage product type is really by the residential development standards that we have on that, in that table. I know that makes your eyes glaze over. But there's little distinction between some of the definitions in the DRI that we're dealing with in the land development code. But what we've done to try to make sure, to this point, that the interchangeability doesn't create any external incompatibility is one of the, within that language, both in the development agreement and that residential standards table, we cannot do interchangeability to multifamily adjacent to any single-family residence. So that would not apply to this area or any area on the boundary adjacent to an existing home.
And I did read that, except we now have introduced the variability of being able to define what multifamily is, and maybe it's, single-family attached, it was considered multifamily. I think it needs to be addressed. I don't think it's your intention to do that necessarily, but the words are there now.
And
I think they need to be addressed.
I completely, your point's well taken. That would be a good condition of approval if you were to make such a motion, and I'll work on language to try to address that.
Okay. If I could just ask a quick question, I don't want to dominate this, there's a lot of ground to cover, but when we look at the multifamily, particularly MF4, and one of the comments in the development agreement is you just paraphrase it, you would not build multifamily adjacent to either existing single-family or single-family as of some date of record. But it looks like an MF4 directly to the lower left of that. I know it's shown on the drawing as a utility right-of-way, and then you have single-family homes there. So what would you do in that? What are you proposing to do with MF4? Are you proposing your and here's an area where you can put a 3-story building in.
Right. In fact, I did describe it, but there's a lot of information to take in. MF4 area was MF4 before in the current approved DRI. It was multifamily. But we've added a condition on that table with the little red boxes that I showed earlier, that anywhere where we're adjacent to existing single family, and I referenced Beverly Hills Unit 3A, I believe it's called.
I believe it is.
Yes.
Where we're adjacent to that, you would be limited to the density of 10 units per acre and 2-story. You would not be able to put any of our higher requests adjacent to the single family. But in the particular case of MF4, that location was already there. So we're just adding, it's almost like further conditions in our PUD that anything adjacent to those situations would be limited to 2-story in height, and also limiting the density.
Okay.
But again, and you made an interesting point. I think we're showing a 25-foot buffer on that boundary.
I think it's a utility. It's shown as utility.
Well,
right
I
away.
think it's both, depending on which map you're looking at. There's a 70-foot existing utility easement. It's basically power lines. I think it goes to feed the well. But anyway, so that's there. So that's going to give even additional. So you can have almost 100 feet of separation between those homes that exist in our 2-story.
And your commitment, you wouldn't build the 3-story product adjacent to that or those single-family homes?
Yeah, part of our notes on the PUD table, it was one of the footnotes 4 and 5, that we would not be able to build 3-story adjacent to existing platted single-family lots.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's 2 other areas that this leads to, and I'm just going to introduce them, and we can talk about them now or later. One is density, and the other is the ISR. And although you've made the comment that you're not increasing the density, you're not increasing the number of units over the overall site, you in fact are increasing the density both by lot and by sub-parcel. And it's of course accomplished from the DRI, which is 50% ISR. You want to increase that for single-family detached to 55, and then for the different products, you want to step up that ISR ratio.
Right.
I know density's not only do we need homes and we need affordable homes, but we're also dealing with a density issue in the county as well. So you're proposing changes then to 3 areas: interchangeability,
We are.
density, and ISR. And you're asking for relief of all 3 of those areas, which are material changes to what we have seen, what we see.
In density, we're not increasing the density technically. In fact, let's just do an example.
Well, you're not increasing the density in the number
You're
of units over the
increasing-
entire 2,200
Right.
acres.
It's
But
the
you are
same.
increasing the density in
We're-
any particular parcel.
In an individual lot. For example, if you had a 60 by 120 lot or whatever, or a plat for that kind of subdivision. The way it's worded on the PUD notes is the ISR would be measured by plat or by phase. I forget which one it was. So if someone comes in with a 100-acre plat, even though your impervious surface ratio might be 55 or 60% over that 100-acre plat, we still cannot, it does not allow us to do any more homes, and it does not reduce the amount of 20% open space that we're required to have for each platted area. So we're kind of condensing the homes, but we're also still providing the same amount of green space. Yeah.
So this idea, not necessarily about affordability in the legal context of what is affordable housing, but just providing housing that is attainable, which we all know is a shared goal.
Yeah, let's keep the high-level definition.
Yeah,
not a
right.
legal
Let's just
definition.
talk about housing a normal person can afford, right? And then at the same time, the conversation that we had at the outset about what we are doing here, which, like repurposing a building, is bringing a 1981 product into 2025. What we now know, among other things, is that all the things that we thought was important in 1981, including ensuring that 50% of the lot was green lawn to be watered, and property that was not used in the most efficient manner, driving up costs of the overall development, are no longer necessary. And furthermore, in terms of internal compatibility within the project, what we know based on, I think is, can we hit the next slide? The idea that a quadplex could exist, a pitching wedge from a single-family detached housing in 1981 would have been thrown out the window. We're sitting here with a developer of master planned communities that has done this successfully all over the state, and in terms of what goes on internally in their project, is the foremost expert in what works next to one another. And they're really good questions, and I appreciate them. But these guys are making a extremely significant investment in a community, and if it's incompatible internally, they're not going to have buyers. And so I think not only this is modern design standards, and while I agree it doesn't fit 1981, today this is what buyers are looking for, and this sort of thing that we're looking at on this screen is compatible.
Well, it doesn't meet the current LDC either, which is something that probably over time needs to be addressed in terms of the.
And we are actively modifying our LDC.
But
it's on the dashboard.
Well, I've asked my questions, or at least presented what I think are at least the three areas that you're looking to deviate from the DRI in this PUD application. And some of them have very real meaningful impacts, some to the neighbors, but, I think you're fairly presenting that you're not increasing the number of units, but as we dig into the details, we see that we are changing the complexion. And is that acceptable or not? We'll find out here shortly. Thank you.
Commissioner Bozeman.
Yeah, just a question. I mean, great questions, very technical, way above my head in some cases. I'm just going to try to dumb it down. What we're looking at is no real significant changes to DRIs. Is that correct in these single-family areas?
That's
correct. Is that accurate? Okay. So what we're basically looking at is a marketing plan for the developer. What works today may not work tomorrow, and they want the flexibility to, single-family attached, single-family detached. Well, that's not working. Let's add but we're not changing the overall density. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
Okay, so it's a marketing thing.
And I think that's the important takeaway. No increased number of units.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gibbs, can you please try to stay close to that microphone?
I moved, didn't I? Yeah, you said that correctly. We are not increasing the number of units from the DRI. The types of uses, the types of housing, we're using the DRI definitions. We're using the DRI definitions for density for each of those building pods. We just want the flexibility to not specify like, oh, SFA is going to be here and SFD is going to be over here, because we don't know that even today. So,
Commissioner Bramlett.
In regards to some of your ISR, you're increasing some of the percentages. How have you addressed that in other areas? I'm sure Pasco County and some of the other counties you operate in have similar regulations. I mean, are we dealing with pervious surfaces, for driveways to reduce the overall footprint, or how do y'all address that? And is that a consideration here? Because that is a concern.
do you want to answer that?
I can answer at a high level. Most of the large master plan communities, pretty much the ones you show, they have approvals where it's an entire matrix of 10 to 20 different product types on a combination on how all the things come together. But what is the big connector and the unifier is that constraints that cannot change: wetlands, open spaces, park requirements, LDC requirements. The flexibility that is allowed is just in how the products interact with each other. So I was talking to someone from the public during the break, and I'll give you the same example. It's, we have communities where we have sections designed, sometimes they're gated, for 55 plus, deed restricted, and right outside they have their kids and other family members staying. So from time to time, as and when they choose, they can all get together, go enjoy the amenities, the park spaces, the trails. So the products all come together to create the multi-generational housing while still respecting the open space standards, the land development code standards around buildings. So we're trying to take the same approach over here.
And to your point, we're in a box. If you're going to
Correct.
increase the number of units per acre, by definition, that ISR is going to need to be adjusted, and in most cases. So how do we solve that problem? And we're in a problem. We're not here to be a problem solver, but that is a problem needs to be solved in a master plan community. To Commissioner Bozeman's point.
Yeah.
What do you do to be able to reduce that ISR, even in those clusters, in a single-family cluster and single-family attached? Because those are things that we have to watch on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as we go further in planning, that will happen. That's why we're leading with that. We're not asking for any more units, so you don't have to wonder whether we're going to come back and say now we have a different ISR, which means it needs more units. We're going with, in the boundaries that you see, is the units that are approved by the DRI. All we're seeking for is to do a much better job. So when 5-10 years from now, when everyone drives by, you could be excited and proud of a community that makes sense in today's day and age, not something that was planned 45 years back. So that's the simple thing we're trying to solve, and we're open to all suggestions. We don't have all the answers. If there is anything that makes more sense, we're definitely happy to consider that.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Collins.
Having said that, does this area already have a master stormwater management plan? Because usually, that takes into consideration your maximum impervious surface ratio. Are you having to modify it to meet that?
There isn't an approved one, but our engineers have been working on it for the last 6 to 7 months, and we would then have to submit it to the Water Management District for approval and then comply with those. But you're exactly correct. We typically start all large projects with a master, we call it a drainage plan, but that's what it is, a stormwater plan, and a master utility plan and a master roadway plan. Those are the foundations on which we can then start building something, because we don't want to go back and start tearing up roads or utility lines, or even fiber infrastructure in some cases. So yeah, that you're 100% correct. That is part of the planning and would have to get approved by the responsible agencies for that.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a follow-up for Paul, just on all of the confusion on single family versus master family. My understanding on the single family is that even though there's 3 different housing types, these would all be individually platted fee simple lots, regardless of what area, right? Okay, and then in the multifamily, typically those are going to be either condominiums and or apartments.
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm just curious.
And that matches with the density differences
Right.
between the two as well. So
Okay,
yeah.
very well, thank you. And then, Rob, you're coming back up, right? Okay, so my last thing with the big lagoon, and it was my confusion last time not knowing, what I would almost like to see, you talked about modifying, is in the second page of the master plan where it gets into the details and development standards, there's a notation about that Metro Lagoon. Can it be defined that it is a recreational swimming pool or something to that? Because to me, a lagoon, I think of it from an environmental context, and I really thought it was going to be some sort of a water feature that was not I didn't realize it was a swimming pool, okay?
Yeah, so absolutely.
So because I've
Here's what I'll
learned the
say.
hard way that a freezer is not always a freezer, right? And I want to make sure that a lagoon in this case is a swimming pool.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Now, one thing that's been lost on us, and I'll cross-check the ADA, the lagoon is a permitted use right now. We're not asking to add a lagoon.
Okay, did not
And
realize
so
that.
I will first, and I was going to say that in my closing, this is not an addition, this is currently allowed. But if it's not already defined, we can add a condition of approval to work with staff on a definition of a
Okay,
lagoon.
and I don't want to, lock you as to the design or anything, because I realize, again, that's market demand, how big and everything, but I realize you've also identified where it's going to be in that particular plan if it does happen, but just that it is going to be a swimming pool.
And if I can answer that question on the lagoon, on calling it, the state actually does define it, and we can add that, Rob, as a note. They define it as a lagoon/public bathing place
Okay,
as part of that, so we could just do the same.
So it is an actual term that's used in reference to.
For
this-
a
this-
statewide
this water
permitting, yes.
Theme park thing.
Correct.
Okay, so I learned something, thank you.
Yeah, the marketing is like the lagoon, and then the technical for permitting, they define it as a public bathing place.
Okay.
Lagoon sounds better.
Commissioner
From a
Brown.
marketing standpoint.
Yeah, so I'm just going back to Mr. Scherer and the confusion that we believe is, in the details of the wording. I think it's kind of important for us to detail and show to the public that is sitting out here so patiently today. I looked through the photos here, and I think that we can if we can jump to a couple of different slides. We're at slide 222, and we've got the orange. That's the MF, multifamily. For some people, multifamily, the definition is different, and we've clearly defined that the DRA and the Land Development Code and everything that is involved in this particular application, the terms are different, but if we're looking at the pictures, we can see that the orange area on page 222 is referencing picture 240, right? That's Mr. Gibbs is showing the apartment buildings. So the orange area would reference 240, and clearly picture 240. You're getting there.
This one?
Nope, it's the actual buildings. It's the 240 of 44, Grand Living,
just after Paul's
the
portion of the
Dix,
slides.
Colonnade Apartments.
Yep, you just passed.
It's page 239 of 443.
Well, mine's showing 240.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
mine's
so
239.
there we go. That's the orange. We're not talking about interchangeability for this particular product to go anywhere in the yellow that is represented on 245 then.
That's correct. That's
Correct.
those are actually 4-story on the top left corner, and then 3-story products. Those would only be permitted in MF1 or MF4 and not adjacent to any single-family
Right.
homes.
Okay, so then the interchangeability that we're talking about, those would be represented on page, mine says 223, 224, and 225, but yours may be 224, 225, 226. That's the single-family attached, the single-family cluster, the single-family detached.
Which one?
What number is this, Justin? Let me see. Go.
And the picture, exactly, those.
Yeah, so this is that on top of, before you make this turn, as you're coming down, those are quadplexes and then single family. So
Correct.
those quadplexes, yes.
That's considered single-family attached.
Yes, correct.
Single-family detached below.
Yes. Correct.
Show me single-family cluster. That's
also attached product.
We don't have any cluster.
So what is cluster then?
We haven't done any, it's an existing.
What's different than what we can tell these people here?
So the main difference is going to be between the and I'm going to go to this. What I'm looking at is the residential development standards on the page 2 of the PD plan. The lot widths change from 40 feet to 20 feet when we move from cluster to attached. So cluster is going to be a wider lot. The setbacks are all the same as I move across the page. They're both max 2-story. The cluster has a 5 unit per acre max instead of a 6 unit per acre for attached. So cluster is slightly larger and less dense.
Correct.
Yeah,
it's actually smaller on the amount of units on the land.
Correct. That's right.
So I think the point of the story and the fact that we need to make sure and that everybody understands with interchangeability is that there's not going to be a 3 and 4 story building anywhere in that yellow SFR, SFA, SFC.
Correct.
Okay? Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move forward? Commissioner Stone.
I have one. The existing 1981 apportionment of single-family residence makes a estimate of the different types, detached, attached, cluster. This proposal that you're requesting is to eliminate those designations and just be able to use them interchangeably within the single family residence designation. Is there anything that would prohibit you from making the single family designated areas all the same? If you wanted to make the entire yellow area single family cluster with this approval, you could do that?
Only the density. So we are limited to a defined number of units, the 3,687 single-family units.
Right.
And so that is the only limitation, and that must fit within the designated acreage. So,
Okay, but you could make them all the same?
yes, sir.
And yeah, and if I can add to that, if we did do that hypothetically and just used, that would basically be just 1/5 of all yellow, and then the rest of it would just stay. We wouldn't be able to build anything or any infrastructure, so it wouldn't make too much sense for us to just double down on one area and then leave the other 1,000 acres vacant.
So
You want to
he
elaborate on that?
suggesting, yes, sir. I understand. I think what's missing. He was suggesting that if they tried to max out density and use the single family attached, the most dense product throughout the yellow single family area, they would basically be left with 1,000 vacant acres that were unusable, so that it wouldn't make practical sense to do so.
In other words, you would reach the density limitations
Very
prior
quickly. We'd reach that 3,687
to, prior
max.
to utilizing all the land area.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
That's not the intention.
All right, thank you. Continue. No more questions at
Any
this
other-
time.
Okay.
I just have a question, and I sort of want to make a little bit of a statement here too. Honestly, we sit up here, and it may not be popular with the public vote or whatever, but many times people come up here with the multifamily projects that we've had and dealt with, where the areas, coastal high hazard area, flood zones, evacuation areas, things like that. I think that this is a pretty good area, and the fact that they're sort of taking away some of the multifamily product, in my opinion, I think that is bad for the county, in my opinion. I would like to see more multifamily space in this particular. I mean, we have the area on the original one, which was MF1, up there on the original plan that they had in the DRI, and then now that particular area have created BCO1, but we have the Beverly Hills Memorial Garden area right there. That's a perfect area for some additional multifamily. I'm pretty sure that the people in Beverly Hills Memorial Garden aren't going to have a problem with some multifamily buildings being around them. So I think that with everything that we're dealing with in the county and all of the NIMBYism where people don't want this in their backyard and people don't want that in their backyard, this is a perfect opportunity. The utilities are there, everything is there. Multifamily, I mean, I know we're dealing with density and the amount of the allowable units, but I personally would like to see more for the multifamily.
So I appreciate those comments. I will tell you that, this is a long-term plan. It's a very large project. It doesn't mean that it wouldn't happen, but in order to happen to exceed the 1,250, we would need to come back through this board for an amendment. That's
Correct.
all.
Yeah,
So
I understand
if it's heading in that direction, then who knows? All right. I know this is what you've all been waiting for, but I'm going to summarize the contract for you. I'm going to really just hit the high points. We've done this once. I know, Mr. Bramlett, that you weren't a part of that discussion, but I really don't want to stand up here and read a lengthy contract to you, but I do want to make sure that to the extent you have any questions whatsoever that we address them. You've heard my outline of the development agreement, what it's intended to accomplish, and it's that belt and suspenders, as I referenced earlier. Some of this we've already discussed. I'll hit it again at a high level, like transportation improvements, but please stop me at any time if I'm going too quickly. I'm basically going to go through it sequentially and hit high points. So the term of this agreement is 25 years. So that's just important to keep in mind for anyone in the crowd who thinks that, next year there's going to be 3,600 new homes next door. This is a very long-term horizon that we're talking about today. A lot of the things that relate to additional voluntary obligations that we're assuming, I've hit on some of these, but the first kind of falls into the subsurface features, surface water, groundwater management. We have talked a lot about the lagoon, but really what we're doing here for subsurface, primarily because of that sinkhole and the questions arising from it, we have to have that geotechnical report submitted with every plat. So that's going above and beyond. We have placed on ourselves a requirement to meet all best management practices of DEP and SWIFT-MUD. So of course we'd have to meet county code, but that's an additional requirement. When it comes to drainage and stormwater management, you'll see provisions really aimed at pollution prevention and making sure that we're doing this right, again, pursuant to best practices. We talked about the next item at length last time, worked with staff, and now have language that we agree with staff upon concerning a shared DRA. You've heard about that today. It's going to be the subject of a future agreement because right now we're in the first inning, if you will, and the design of 491 expansion has not yet occurred. So as that occurs and we know more about topography and flows and how much capacity is going to be needed, where it's best situated, we have contractually agreed to share capacity in a future DRA, which will accept stormwater from that road widening. And so that's in the agreement now in sections 8.35 and 8.95. And staff's in agreement. We met with technical services and growth services after our last meeting with you to hash that out.
Rob?
Yes,
excuse
sir.
me. Can you define your 8.3.6? And tell me why the verbiage is so harsh?
So again, staff, and we agree with staff on this language. The language essentially just says that this agreement doesn't say anything that binds us concerning where the DRA is located, so long as we are building a DRA that provides additional capacity, so it's bigger than it needs to be for our purposes, to accept that stormwater that's coming from the road widening project. We just want flexibility, of course, and staff wasn't opposed to that in the location of where that would be.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Moving on, there are protections for any wetlands or invasive species, floodplain management, buffers and open space. We've talked about these things. In 8.7, if you take a look at that section, and Mr. Bozeman had some questions earlier on, but there's real teeth in this agreement on water conservation. There's a full page of an agreement. Everything from, low flush fixtures to smart fixtures and faucets and low volume irrigation, Florida-friendly landscaping. That's all baked into this agreement. Again, not something that we are just saying, but it's binding. As we move on, we get into the section of the agreement concerning schools, and I know Mr. Dixon's here and he can comment, but essentially what this agreement says, and you heard and saw pictures, one thing that's very important to Metro is, and really an attraction for anyone who may consider living there with their family, is a high-quality school system and the schools that are available. You've heard that already, but what this agreement essentially says is we will, on a regular basis, report to the school system on the ongoing number of homes sold, what's happening, and also provide forecasting. In addition to that, we're going to designate a school site, likely a charter school site. It'll be on the next plan, the master, as we move forward and define these things, there will be a school site included, and then that we will seek and procure a reputable charter school operator, which we've done several times before, or they've done several times before, and continue to work with the school board in that effort.
Mr. Dixon?
Yes,
Do you have anything to add to that before we move from the schools? Because I'm sure you're anxious to talk.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And originally, there was some language in there about impact fees, and we took that out. And there is some general language in the agreement with regard to future opportunities for impact fee agreements. And I would just like to point out that I wouldn't rule out different options for a charter school sharing facilities or sports facilities, that kind of thing. But in the future, if that opportunity presents itself, it's going to be important that the school impact fees be assessed at 100%, just like the roads, because that's going to be necessary for any kind of agreement. And that doesn't have anything to do with this agreement, but I just want to make that point for the record.
Yes, sir. Understood. And we've taken that language out of the draft in front of you. So we're going to circle back to 491 and actually transportation improvements overall. Unless you tell me differently, we have discussed the developer's contributions to 491, quantified them. I'm going to assume that we have sufficient information out there on that. But if you have any questions, let me know. I do want to mention a couple other things. One is that we will be constructing the Forest Ridge sidewalk all the way along Forest Ridge, and we've agreed on a timeline for that with staff, and that's within 4 years of the CO of the first home in the project. Part of the reasoning for that is you build a sidewalk, then you construct improvements. You tear up the sidewalk, you build it again. And so, but 4 years was deemed adequate by staff, and we're fine with that. The other thing I wanted to point to on the right, you can see Road D. This is a reverse frontage road, so that'll essentially be the reverse frontage road that serves both the town center and the multifamily that's adjacent. The only change we've made at all that was in the DRI, but is to ensure, this is staff's request, that the developer perpetually own and maintain it. So that's in the agreement. We've also refined the language about the fire station in the agreement that's in your packet. So Station 13 is operated in close proximity, but we've agreed upon construction of the 1,000th residential unit within the project that the developer will pay the cost of design and construction of a 2-bay station. Now, this may very well be a 4-bay station, but the county agreed that our contribution, our fair contribution, would be for that 2-bay station. If they want to oversize it, they will. This may be on property owned by the developer, and that will be factored in to the equation. If we give property, then that will reduce the monetary obligation. But one way or another, we have to contribute for design and construction of a 2-bay station. And then I just wanted to mention, I mentioned it earlier, the Life Care Center is a carryover from the old DRI. We do provide some clarification on the definition and ensure that it will be located in MF or BCO 1, 2, 3, or 5. But otherwise, the agreement is sort of boilerplate. Although if you have any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate.
Yeah, of course, I do. On your development agreement, 8.9.1.1 and down through 8.9.1.7, I'm curious of why the taxpayers are on the hook, on the line for all these fees. That if you can explain why the taxpayers have to pay, and why don't the developer absorb that cost?
So this language, just to put it in perspective, in 8.9.1.1 through 7, is essentially language that would ordinarily be in a purchase and sale agreement for who pays what costs at closing. And these are just what you think of as closing costs. Because my client is giving, I don't know, I think we said, millions and millions of dollars of what would otherwise be commercial property to the county, the costs of doing things like recording the deed or curative instruments are the county's obligation.
So you're saying that the taxpayers are still going to be on the hook, and you're giving money to the county, but the taxpayers are still going to be paying these? I don't understand the concept there.
My client is giving, let's call it $8 million worth of dirt to the county. So the cost of going to the courthouse and recording the deed has been placed on the county, on the taxpayer. The $8 million is my client's obligation.
Well, you can tell I'm not pretty
But I
happy
mean,
with
hey, you know, we can, again, I'll tell you what.
Rob, the easy answer is take it out. It's $100.
There you go, there you go.
It's
Yeah,
100
yeah.
Yeah, it's $100 times 3,637, but it's still taxpayers' dollars.
I'm gonna note that as a recommended condition, additional condition. And is that, okay, so I'm gonna consider that to be 8.9.1.2 and 4, I think.
Yeah, 4, 5.
We'll throw 5 in.
6, 7, or ignore 6.
Yeah, 6 is just we'll each pay our own lawyer, and you've got a good one on staff. Okay, yes, sir. I'm marking it down.
Rob, question?
Yes,
Just-
sir.
Just for clarification, I believe I read in here that there will be a separate transportation agreement between the developer and the county, correct?
There will, if we are entitled to impact fees. So impact fee, excuse me, not impact fees, impact fee credits. That would be, the county code says that's handled through a separate impact fee agreement, and that would be done through an impact fee agreement.
That's the impact fee agreement. What about a transportation agreement? Is there a separate transportation agreement, or is all the language related to right-of-way, you know, the original 50 feet that was in the DRI, the additional 30 feet, the signage, the turning lane? Is this where it's defined?
Yes, sir. This does define, so in 8.9.1, we address the 50 feet of right-of-way and the additional 75 feet of right-of-way from the center line of each side of West Hampshire as West Hampshire is extended into the project and signalized. By the way, to drill down into West Hampshire, the county has already embarked on a signal warrant analysis to determine whether a signal's needed there. If it comes, and that was kind of independent of this project, if it comes back saying the existing condition on that road requires a signal now anyway, then it's going to be installed at the county's expense because it was already needed prior to the traffic we're putting on the road. If it's not, it's still going to be built anyway, so we're going to expedite that project of signalizing West Hampshire, but we'll be responsible for whatever portion is our contribution. So, and the example I have, I think, in here is if 75% of the traffic is on the road that would warrant a signal, and so it's not yet warranted, it's still going to be installed, but we're going to pay 25% of the freight. But that is also in here, and that's in 8.9.4.
Yeah, 8.9.3 in terms of the developer's payment obligations. And embedded in here is the pro rata share. I thought that was pretty clear. I just was asking if there was a separate agreement. I'm good.
Oh, yeah, no, sir. That covers that. Yes, that covers the developer's proportionate share. Yes, sir.
Hey, Rob, how much money are you expecting to get from the impact fee credits?
So Justin can give me a precise number, but I know that the total, credits.
Yeah.
It would be dollar for dollar based on, and that's why it's a separate agreement. It would be dollar for dollar based on property conveyed.
So that money, the credit will come off of your $50 million that you're contributing to the county?
The
kind of an offset thing?
We're going to have to negotiate this, but my position would be, yes, sir, that if we are giving property or constructing right-of-way, that would be subject to impact fee credits. So we'd have to give it on the front end, but then we'd be entitled to credits when at a CO at a later date until the credit has burned off. Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that $50 million that you keep bringing up that you're contributing is not really $50 million? Am I confused on that, or am my math wrong?
No, we would be, whatever the impact, so, okay, let's start here.
Yeah.
Our total impact fees are $41 million, and is the $50 million the discussion about right-of-way earlier?
Yes.
Okay, so if the total impact fee credits are $41 million, and the transportation portion of those impact fee credits is $20 million, so we're $41 million in, $20 million of which is dedicated transportation. If we're also giving, and I don't know if this is accurate, but let's call it $50 million in contributions toward 491, then we are we start from a position of owing the county $90 million. If it is $50 million in contributions in land and cash and capacity in a DRA that's directly related to transportation, then we could get 20 million of those 30 million back in transportation impact fee credits, potentially, on our best day.
But we don't have an agreement for that.
Yeah, but that's not, it's very important to note, that is not in this agreement because that's a matter for another day.
Well, I know, but it's still part of this agreement in a way, right?
Right, yeah, I understand. And that's why I was explaining. I understand. So
Because it's not in here, and I was expecting to see it in more detail, but it didn't come.
So
that's
in
why
a
I'm
prior,
asking.
we started down the road of trying to make this an impact fee agreement as well in a draft long ago. You wouldn't want to read that agreement. But the county requested that we take it out and address it later, and that's what we've done.
Perfect, thank you.
I don't mean to interrupt, but the language relative to impact fee credits follows Florida Statute 163 to the T. So all we're saying in the agreement is there's a separate process. You file an application, the county reviews it, you go to a hearing, someone makes a finding of fact, and then you issue credits, provided that you show that whatever you did, land, money, drainage, increase the capacity of the roadway. If you do a turn lane, it doesn't increase capacity, so you don't get credits. But, I'm sorry, it just follows the statute in your ordinance.
I think we know that.
Yeah.
The question was mainly for the public.
Yeah, okay.
And for clarification on my part, but thank you, Mr.
And
Stilwell.
that's standard. Forest Ridge Boulevard North, we built it, and then we went to the county and filed an application. They reviewed the application, they threw out this, threw out that, accepted this, and then they gave us a credit memo. And all of those have been burned out and used. So, again, it's just nothing more than saying what the statute already says. I'm sorry.
No, thank you. All right. Any other questions? I swear I'm done describing the contract. Yes, sir.
You're continuing to go. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr.
He's
Bozeman.
not- He's not free to go yet. No, I'm just kidding. No.
Thank you.
So, Clark, thank you. I understand the impact fee credit. That's a separate issue, okay?
Yes,
I mean, it is an issue related to this project, but that's for a negotiation at a later date or determination at a later date. I think it would show some good faith on y'all's part, though. Emergency and fire services, maybe consider being a little more helpful with a piece of property when it comes time to build one. Take that into consideration. The taxes and fees associated. Think about that a little bit more. I'm not trying to nitpick, but this is a partnership forming in some sorts with a nice development and a county that's in position to have a nice development at this point. But there's things that need to be addressed, and I think we've come a long way today. My understanding is a lot better. I know that. And there may be a couple other comments at the very end that I might make, so I'll wait till then.
Yeah, but just for the record, 8.9.2 does indicate impact fee credit, so it is part of this contract.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Rob,
Commissioner Shara.
Yes,
before
sir.
you jump down there, just on public facilities, this is specific to this project, but this educates me. The language says that for potable water service and sewer, that the CSWR has confirmed that it presently has sufficient permitted capacity, permitted and constructed capacity unreserved. That's different than I understood from the letter. So does that capacity currently exist, subject to being sold to others? Or, as the letter seemed to inference, that they would have to work to expand that facility, to accommodate 300 units a year per year?
Yes, sir. So to first clarify, wastewater is the the pinch point, not water.
Got it.
So, and the will serve letter that we have says they can serve the project at the absorption rate of 300 units per year, I believe. It may say 200 to 400, but I think it's 300. As we discussed, so they have committed to serving the project over the duration at that clip. Now, currently in 2022, the permit was submitted and it's in your packet. It's got a 5-year time horizon on doubling the size of that plant from 500,000 gallons per day to 1 million gallons per day. So ultimately, the risk is on us because what we've done is self-impose a requirement prior to any plat of any portion of the property to get an updated will serve letter saying we've got capacity for these lots that they're trying to plat. And if there comes a point in time when the utility doesn't come through on their promise and we can't plat property, then that's going to be a bad day for my client, but it's not going to result in a negative outcome for anyone else because my client and the utility are going to have to come to terms on how to get that
It would
served.
slow down your build-out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got it, thanks.
And then just for the record, Rob, the concurrency letter does include water as well as wastewater.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you keep saying wastewater, but it actually does include both.
Yes, sir. You are 100% correct. The shortage, if there is one, which there's not because of this expansion that's underway, but is only related to wastewater. But you're absolutely right. The will serve letter relates to both. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Does that conclude your presentation, Rob? Or you all having a
Yeah.
sidebar on us?
Yes, sir. No, we'll hear from the public and then come back, unless anyone has any other questions.
I do.
All right.
He's about to refer
Now
to
I'm
me.
ready for the staff to answer. You got a lot of questions for staff.
Let me get my
Ask him a
information.
lot of questions.
I don't have a
Ask
lot
him
because
lot.
it's 12:30.
I did cross-examine Ms. Lynn last time, so I'm probably in trouble right here.
Okay, a couple things. You have corrected a lot of the inconsistencies that we pointed out between the plan and the development agreement. One that's still out there is dealing with the use standards. So the development agreement talks about multifamily 1-story. The master plan says 2 and 3 in certain areas. I'm assuming that the master plan is what you actually want and not 8.14.3, which is 1-story in the development agreement.
Can we get there, please?
Be
This is page 421 of the of the packet, which is the development agreement.
Be 116.
I don't know that there's a
Okay.
slide on it.
No,
Yeah, well, it depends on what she's looking at.
but
Yeah.
it's paragraph 8.14.3.
421.
Okay, yeah, so what this does, in the original DRI, multifamily units were limited to 1 story. So this says multifamily units within the project shall not be limited to 1 story and shall only be regulated in the manner provided in the county's land development code and the master plan approved simultaneously herewith. So I'm trying to remove the 1-story limitation that was in the DRI.
Okay, so when you reference the master plan, because really the land development code, the sky's the limit, but I want to do the master plan. Okay.
So would you like me to strike land development code? Okay.
Yes, provided the master plan. Also, on that same section, 8.14.1, some of the members were talking about the allowance for what we usually call multifamily, which is duplex, triplex, quadplex, which is allowed in single-family attached. This language says it's townhomes, row houses, I don't know what that is, and duplexes are single-family attached, but it doesn't talk about triplexes and quads. Is that the intention, that single-family attached would, because it does say triplex and quads on the master plan. What's single-family attached going to allow?
Where were you reading?
Yes.
I'm reading 8.14.1.
Thank you.
And then the master plan, when it discusses the different uses for single family, it says single family attached means single, duplex, triplex, quadplex, which is the current definition.
I like it. So what I'll do, tell me if this addresses it, I will restate that sentence or recommend a condition restating that sentence to say that townhouses, duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes are considered single-family attached housing units.
Okay, if that's what you want. Now that, of course, brings up what they were discussing is you have already in here that you're going to not put the higher density next to existing single-family homes. Can you consider the same thing with the duplex, triplex, quadplex idea on the outer boundaries where you're abutting single-family homes? because that technically is a multifamily use that's not currently allowed on those areas. Most of those are single-family cluster areas, not single-family attached.
Would it be,
What- can I
would
have
it
a
be
moment?
duplex but fee simple?
It-
Because, I mean, is that, I think what happens is when you use the word duplex and triplex, people think multifamily, but it's still a single family. It's
Well,
just, it's just
No,
attached.
this is not fee
So-
simple. That's not
No,
what this
and the
is.
problem is that the LDC defines multifamily differently than we are defining it today. That's the main overriding problem.
Yeah.
If you look at the definition in the LDC in Chapter 1, it's different than this multifamily definition. So it's not what people think of as attached or detached, it's what the definitions say, and that's where the conflict comes in. If you're not,
So just a suggestion based on some of the comments of the PDC, you can think
Okay,
about that one.
so there is a separate, in footnote, and here's where I'm going. Where I'm going is, I think what we're trying to do, and tell me if I'm wrong, is limit height at the, or at the outside of the property. We already have a note saying, but it only relates to multifamily. In note 4 on the resident, in the standards on the PUD plan says that the 3-story units are limited to MF1 and MF4, and all other areas are limited to a 2-story building height. If I strike all other multifamily area, I mean, in other words, are we comfortable if I come up with a condition that anything at the boundary can't exceed 2 stories, which already exists for multifamily but need to be expanded?
It's not the stories, it's the use. What Mr. Bramlett's talking about is where it's a fee simple and they happen to be attached. Frankly, that's not truly multifamily, those are just attached single families. This allows a duplex, triplex, and quadplex in single family attached, which it is already currently allowed, but in those outer areas, they're actually single family cluster right now, which wouldn't allow that. And there's people that live right there behind that are going to suddenly possibly look at the duplex, triplex, or quadplex where they wouldn't before. Not so much height as use, just something to consider based on some of the comments. I know we're still in the early stages. I haven't
Okay,
even done my presentation yet.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll have an internal discussion, thank you, and I'll come back with something
Okay.
on that.
Talking about utilities, you and I did discuss this a little bit, that 300 units, which some of the members have talked about. Perhaps not the greatest, so we talked about a rewording of condition 6, and I am in the staff report amendment, page 360. Condition 6, we talked about removing the 300 unit idea and saying that residential subdivisions must be platted, central water and sewer must be utilized for any new plats with written confirmation from utility provider of available capacity, and taking out that 300 dwelling unit idea. Based on some of the comments, I also would maybe think of adding, because of the lagoon, which was discussed, non-res uses must demonstrate adequate water and sewer capacity at the time of permitting. I think that's kind of a no-brainer. I agree, you probably don't want to build a lagoon if you can't fill it, but that also addresses that formally. So I'm on condition 6, page 360. Taking out as we discussed, taking out the 300 dwelling units idea and saying, hey, whatever the utility provider is going to have to prove capacity every time you come in, which is what we want. But I don't want to ignore non-residential uses, so also adding a line about non-residential. Do you have any concerns on that?
I can't imagine. No concerns. If we can't, if water's not going to come out of the faucet or the toilet ain't going to flush, we can't build anything.
Agreed. Okay. So the other conditions on the staff report addendum, did you have any concerns on those?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, before the county comes forward, we will take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 12:55.
I mean, something wrong.
Thank you for the break.
Get out if you had to.
Before the staff comes forward, Commissioner Facemeyer did have a question for you, Rob.
Yes, sir.
So if you can,
I'm going to pose this question to you, Counselor. because
Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
Don't forget about that
Okay,
thing.
am I on the air now? I'm going to pose this to you, Counselor, because I wasn't sure when and where to ask the question. But for those of us like me, with more yesterdays than tomorrows, healthcare is a challenge, and it's a continuing challenge in Citrus County. And as the county continues to grow, it becomes more important to all of us, young and old. Can you discuss how Metro sees their vision moving forward? We recently had Tampa General approved. You mentioned a partnership with Moffitt. My wife takes advantage of care from both of those facilities, those organizations. And as the county continues to grow, can you talk a little bit about your vision with your life care facility and how that might help people in Citrus County with their healthcare challenges?
Sir, I appreciate you, Commissioner, directing that to me, but I'm going to turn it over to
Oh, no, I
the real.
was just letting you be the gatekeeper.
Thank you, Commissioner. We certainly are not going to have an 800-acre Moffitt Cancer Center facility here, but we are actively talking to different health care providers that we've worked with in the past about facilities within our commercial development. So, immediate access to our residents and other folks. The life care center we're retaining as an option. I can't say that we've had any discussions with builders or developers for that facility at this time, but we certainly recognize that it may be a very important use, and we're retaining the right to have that use also within the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say I see different projects and work on a lot of things, and you've seen today that they understand when we talk about master planning and creating a place that people want to live. I think they understand the full continuum and the fact that, people are looking at where the kids are going to go to school and where they're going to get care, and that's where those partnerships come from. Since you gave me a chance to jump on the microphone, I'm just going to real quickly add one thing, if I may, Mr. Chair, about a conversation I had with Ms. Cotu at the break.
sure.
So concerning the uses permitted at the boundary, I think a disconnect we were having was one assumption that single-family attached uses, whether it's a duplex, triplex, quadplex, would be, full of renters on one master parcel. And that is not the case. When we are talking about any single-family use, we're talking about a separate platted lot, even though they're attached. Single-family attached would be deeded and owned by individual families or individuals. And in my discussion, that was Ms. Cotu's question. I don't want to mischaracterize where we landed, but I think once we clarified that, I can make it clear in a condition of approval that even if attached, all uses at the boundary would be under individual ownership, deeded ownership.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's more in line with what Mr. Bramlett was saying too, but I think the master plan is actually where it talks about the duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, so maybe somewhere in there.
Okay.
Where-
All
Mr.
right.
Chair,
Commissioner Shara.
Joanna, before you leave,
I'm gonna go up there, but you're fine.
the Development Agreement 442 in the first sentence actually represents, or includes the reference to multifamily. That we'd have to clean that one up and remove that reference as well.
I'm sorry, what paragraph was that? 442?
sorry.
442,
So that is the interchangeability language.
correct. And that's where we agreed we would take out the multifamily out of the interchangeability. Because we couldn't find multifamily.
Yeah, I think that word multifamily should be struck there, Rob. that's an oversight.
Okay, to further complicate matters, I'm gonna take us down a related road. Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
we want, my client wants to maintain flexibility to put multifamily just about anywhere, but we can do things like, say, ensuring that it won't be within 150 feet of a boundary. So they do want to Mr. Bramlett's point, you know, if 5 years from now, it looks like the market really needs multifamily, and just, you know, north of MF3 behind the town center, we need multifamily and don't want to put it next to the golf course. We'd like the flexibility to relocate it, but understand the concern about potentially locating it near a boundary. So we want to maintain flexibility to relocate multifamily within the SF area, but can place safeguards on that, like not within 150 feet. If I'm just throwing it out there as a middle ground that seems to address the concern. It's the language definitely provides for interchangeability.
So you intended that, that wasn't a
Yes.
typo?
You know, that's been in the drafts.
So everything yellow could be orange?
So we're capped at units, right?
Anything
And
yellow
open
could be
space.
orange? Is that what you're saying?
Anything yellow could be orange, but
Okay.
nothing next to a single-family home could exceed 2 stories, as it's written right now.
Okay.
If we want to place a restriction on that to make sure that multifamily can't be near the boundaries at all, they've told me I can offer up, you know, no multifamily within 150 feet of any boundary.
I think people have
Yeah.
my position there is I think people have a reasonable expectation of the kind of neighborhood they're moving into. I have no issues with multifamily. I came from Jupiter, Abacoa. These are wonderful communities. They work. But if you think you're moving into a single-family home neighborhood, and the next thing you know, by right, a developer comes in and builds an apartment building, and now we have to talk about height. So now if you're going to talk about multifamily, you've limited 3-story to MF1 and 4, and you've identified 2-story in MF2 and 3. So how high are these going to be? I mean, we're kind of opening a can of worms here.
Okay, so in terms of height, the dwelling unit per acre is the way to control the height requirement, and the LDC has height requirements. But concerning this interchangeability, I just want to, we are absolutely in this context, in a zoning hearing, we need to take care of compatibility with external properties, right? So internal compatibility, I mean, you've seen all the projects this applicant has done. Their interest is in building a cohesive environment where it's all compatible, right? And that's their internal problem. From an external or task, what I'm focusing on now, because I understand we want to maintain the interchangeability, because frankly, a quadplex around the corner from single-family housing, like in the picture you saw, is a product that's perfectly compatible in all the communities that they've built. But we understand that we want to make sure we're not doing anything that this board considers to be a problem for people on the outside of the boundary.
But the quadplex is an SFA.
That's right. Yes, sir.
It's not a multifamily.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Correct. So
what do you really want?
Yeah.
I think I can try and clear up some of this confusion. When you're talking about multifamily, and when we're talking about multifamily that may or may not be relocatable, we're not talking about relocating the apartments. We're only talking about potentially doing townhomes, which are, a townhome could be multifamily, it could be single-family attached. We're not going to build apartments in any of the areas other than generally what's shown here in orange. But there's a crossover of uses, and they're all fee simple.
So the townhomes are fee simple and would be platted as such. I'm reading this as saying maybe exchanged and located throughout the property as set forth in the PUD master plan. So right now, the PUD master plan is telling me that the apartments can only be in that MF.
In the orange.
In the orange. And to that extent, if someday you do decide that apartments are doing good, let's do some more, you'd have to come back before us to amend that, but not necessarily have to amend the development agreement.
Yes.
That's how I'm understanding it.
So, I only heard a portion of that, but the development agreement provides for what could be considered a minor modification. And relocation of MF3 to an area that is currently SF, like let's call it immediately north across the street, could be processed then as a staff level minor modification under the agreement. But here's the thing that we were just talking about. The reason they wanted to maintain that flexibility is not to place multifamily on the boundary. It's, minor changes. Even the location of these roads are conceptual, right? So that seems like the best example. If we want to place MF3 partially on the north side and east of Road D, and that makes perfect sense, and staff agrees. We don't have to come back through this whole process.
Okay, let's clarify a couple things. One, you two guys aren't agreeing with each other. You've contradicted each other. And I'm sorry, I forget your name, the gentleman to the right. Justin, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, I was talking to someone else in
So
the background.
Justin just said they are not proposing to build apartments, the multi-story apartments outside of the areas designated as MF.
Okay.
That was
Okay.
a comment he made just a moment ago. And then your comment was you were looking to preserve the ability to build clusters and, SFA category, which would be clusters or common wall. That's not multifamily, so I don't even think there's an issue at that point. So take the multifamily out, because you've said that's not your intent.
But I wish there was a separate allocation for apartments and townhomes that you consider multifamily, because I think that's where the confusion lies. What if we said apartments shall be located within X feet of the commercial nodes, which are there in the appropriate place they are now? We're not.
We could even call the MF APT. So Justin's right. I'm confused, so I know why you're confused. The way that the code defines multifamily includes things that the DRI calls single family. So we are doing our best to clarify that, but we've fallen a little short. So we do not have any problem, I don't think, striking multifamily from 4.4.2 if what we are talking about collectively means apartments. We're not trying to put apartments at the boundary. I do think what we would like to is some flexibility on, and it wasn't contradictory, but what I was saying is if Road A shifts a bit and MF3 is a little north of where it's currently located, I would sure like for staff to have flexibility to, administratively approve that. But the issue here is the varying definitions of multifamily in the code and the DRI. So what I'll do, so we can I know the public's been waiting a long time. I will work with them and come back with what I hope in rebuttal to be conditions of approval that address what we're talking about.
Because I think the issue you talked about with Joanne at the break and this issue are the same. Or at least they're overlapping.
So you're more concerned about deeded single-family ownership or for rent than the design?
I'm only referring to me, not the board collectively.
I got you. No, but I mentioned, okay.
Right, the
Yes, sir.
development agreement says multifamily and single-family are interchangeable. Obviously, that's not, it sounds like what your intent is. But I was concerned about duplexes and triplexes, and we talked about fee simple. But it sounds like for you, you want within 150 feet of the boundary, they won't be, they're fee simple. Outside of that, you can still do the duplexes and triplexes in the other areas. I think that's where you're going.
Yeah, and see, but even on this conversation, I know what you're thinking, I think, which is that the duplexes and triplexes are multifamily, even though we're calling them single-family.
They're allowed in single-family cluster, but, single-family attached, but those areas aren't single-family attached right now. And the way it's written, they're allowed anywhere. in that development
Okay.
agreement thing.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I also? And the other thing that I heard Justin say was that townhouses, what does Justin think a townhouse is under our definitions in the development agreement? Because a townhouse, I believe, is an SFA.
I do too, which I don't think is multifamily.
I agree, but I don't know if Justin thinks that, because he said that a townhouse wouldn't, I think he said,
I think that's part of the confusion. Right now, it's both.
and it can't be, right?
Can't be.
We have to fix that. Would you agree?
I would. Well,
The words have to match.
understood. We'll fix it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I agree, the Land Development Code definition of multifamily is different from the DRI's definition of multifamily. I hashed that out all day yesterday. And so we can all agree that those definitions are not the same. I think everybody would be okay with changing the definition of multifamily from what's in the LDC because of the vesting of the 1981 DRI, but we just have to make sure that those definitions are consistent within the new DRI or the new master plan and the DA. We just have to make sure they're consistent, regardless of what the LDC says.
That's right.
Okay.
Understood. Agreed.
Yeah. These, what's in these approvals will override both the prior DRI and the code.
Right. And I'm looking at the definition of multifamily in 18.14.3. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
I'm not sure why anybody's not talking about the side note or the footnote in that same sentence.
Footnote 5.
That clearly says, providing that multifamily structures exceeding 10 units per acre shall be located within MF1 and MF4, and shall not be located adjacent to single-family homes in existence as of the agreement of this date, effective agreement of this date.
But the development agreement that they're talking about in section 4 allows interchangeability. So even though that's there, that's where the problem is. Yeah, agreed.
It allows it, but it's saying, but here's a footnote,
Yeah.
that if it's more than this
Right.
density, any houses that are in place now, you can't.
You're right. There's an inconsistency, and that's what they're going to have to work on that.
Well, actually, so that's not.
That's not, yeah, that's a different.
It's not. So what that provide, the end result of that is, we can't exceed the 10 dwelling units per acre, which is the 2-story requirement.
Correct.
In anywhere next to a single family
Only in
home.
the MF1 and the MF4 is what it's saying.
That's right.
Correct.
That's right.
Yeah, I understand it.
Yes, sir.
I got it.
But that's not the issue we're talking about.
I understand that issue, but I don't have an issue with what's being talked about.
Okay.
All right, it is yours. We won't let nobody interrupt you, so we can move forward.
Yeah, okay. I'm afraid
You
to
have
talk.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
No, just
I will probably do that, frankly. So much has been discussed. So you have a new revised development agreement. You also have a staff report addendum, which is around page 358 of your, 358 of your packet. Those are with some revised conditions, and I also talked about what changed between the last thing and this particular item. So I'm going to go over those. I'm going to start with the development agreement. Well, obviously, you've seen this 1,000 times. So what I was pointing out is something you guys have picked up on is the interchangeability. So right now in the DRI, they have single-family cluster, single-family attached, single-family detached, and they are proposing to do interchangeable. So right now, this area up here that borders these residences here, those are all single-family cluster, not single-family attached. Single-family cluster is 5 units an acre. Overall, they're proposing 5.1, and remember, they're not asking for any more units. That is correct. But single-family cluster does not allow the duplexes, triplexes. That's where I was trying to get at, is this neighborhood over here on the side. How is this going to impact them? The density might be the same, but the uses might not. And is that a duplex, triplex? And I don't want to go there anymore because they're talking about it, so that's fine. So a couple things. I'm going to go on the development agreement first. So I want to talk about the fire station. So the fire station is in your development agreement. I'm on page 420. This is section 8.10. And right now, the DRA does require that the developer does actually build us a 2-bay fire station. They have to donate the land, they have to design it, and they have to construct it. Great, but we're not quite ready there. And when they do it, our fire services has said 2 bays probably not going to be enough. We need more than that. They're obligated for 2 bays. That's it. So what we've proposed, they originally proposed some numbers, some dollar figures. We all know construction costs are changing by the day, by the hour right now. So we're not going to put up a dollar figure right now. What it's built in to say is that within 60 days of the issuance of the building permit for the 1,000th residential unit, they will have to provide the amount determined by tech services and the developer. They're going to have to negotiate in the future based on the current construction costs. So we don't have a dollar figure in there, but this does commit them to do that. The other 3 items here, I have somebody from tech services, and I'm going to bring him up. Bill, he's back. He's been sitting very patiently all morning. The transportation island, 491 items, they are required to give us 30 feet of right-of-way. They have to. It's part of the DRI. They're going to give us 50. Yay. Water sewer's not yours, but the shared DRA location, I think we've negotiated that. Tell them whatever you want. However you want to address that. And these questions too, please.
Bill of Flame Technical Services. So yes, we have had a lot of discussions with the developer. They know that they're required to provide 30 feet of right-of-way. They've agreed to 50, and there's going to be some discussions in the future regarding the value of that for their impact fee credits. There's also some additional right-of-way we would need at the intersection of Hampshire, because if a signal is warranted before their development, we don't want to build a signal and have to move it again when it's widened. So we would need extra right-of-way to build it in its final location. And that's another part that would need to be discussed in that future agreement. The shared DRA, again, they've agreed to do it. It's going to have to be part of that second agreement because we don't know exactly where it's going to be right now. They only have their plan done, and we don't have our widening plan done. But they have agreed to work with us to accomplish that. And that would excuse me, sorry. That would definitely be beneficial to us when we come to do that project, to the widening project 491. If you had any questions regarding that.
Commissioner Scherer.
Real quick. Good afternoon. I recall in the development agreement, it was 50 feet plus another 30 feet. So can you clarify that?
The plus 30 feet is up by Hampshire. We would need 30 more feet for 75 feet either direction of the intersection, because that would be where we'd put the signal, like the posts and stuff.
Okay, so that 30 feet was limited to that area by
Yes,
West
it's
Hampshire?
150 feet total. Just
Thank you.
Any other questions for the engineer?
Just one
Commissioner
quick-
Bozeman.
Yeah, one quick one. You were talking about the shared retention area.
Yes, sir.
I believe you mentioned, and I heard them discuss, the developer discuss something about conveying the dirt.
I think they were referring to the right-of-way, to dedication of right-of-way, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you dig a hole, there's gonna be a bunch of dirt to go somewhere.
He just referred to the land that he's going to dedicate as right-of-way, giving the dirt, is what he was saying.
Yeah, sorry. I was being creative yet. Not the actual fill.
Yeah, not actually giving us dirt, just dedicating the land to right,
Okay,
as right.
so they're gonna keep the dirt. Dirt's valuable.
So just to cap, the technical services engineering is acceptable with the development agreement conditions right now. We do know we're going to have to negotiate in the future for how much, for dedicating the 30-foot right-of-way, the 50 feet, and Hampshire will figure that out. They are going to give that to us. I don't know about dirt and whatever they're going to do with that.
That's the fill they excavate.
Yeah, but they're actually donating the land to us, so it's going to be our land, not their dirt. So I think he was talking about money and whatever. How much lane mile and stuff, that's at the time. We don't know right now for impact fee credits how much that's going to be with their donation. We'll know at that time because costs change constantly. But otherwise, I think you're okay, acceptable with the development agreement as proposed because it's putting stuff forward. The actual money is when it's time, not now. Am I right?
Yes, we agree with, we've come to an agreement about what they're going to be obligated to do. We just haven't established the value of the impact fee credits.
And one question on the DRA, then they get to pick the location that's on their property. Why are we sharing it with them?
So it's going to accept volume runoff from the 491 right away. So instead of us having to buy land to build our own retention area, it's going to go onto their property and into their facility. So that's what the shared DRA is going to be.
And then we're going to maintain it as county?
There would have to be an easement agreement written, some
Okay.
kind of agreement for that. They,
No.
We would grant.
Rob, it's not your turn, thank you.
Okay.
Put a seatbelt on him.
grant an easement, I guess, would be the,
It's the developer's DRA, and we are just, it is going to accept our drainage from 491. They're maintaining it.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. So that's one of the things we're getting from them is the extra right-of-way in 491 and also the Hampshire area. Also the fire station, which they have to do anyway, so we're not ready to build that yet. Another thing that they're also giving us in this development agreement is a sidewalk on Forest Ridge. That's not required by the developer. It is in the development agreement that they will do that. It's an extension of an existing safe routes to schools that we're putting in place. So that's a good thing. They will have to construct that whenever they try to build along Forest Ridge or within. There's a trigger in there within how many units they have to do, and they'll have to build that sidewalk. So that's a good thing too. They'll have to work out the details and the right of way with Public Works. The other thing up here is water sewer concurrency. So I do have on that addendum some revised conditions. So I'd like to go over that if I could. Number 6 is the one dealing with the water and sewer. We do know correctly, as some of you pointed out, that this provider may or may not have the capacity to do this project to a certain length. They may have to do some upgrades, a new sewer plant, who knows. So we are proposing that central water and sewer, which has to be here, has to be utilized for new plats, and they have to have written confirmation from the utility provider at the time of platting. I mean, we're not going to create the lots unless we have in hand confirmation from them that we can accommodate however many lots they're doing. Also proposing then to add the additional sentence where you talked about the lagoon. The non-residential uses also have to demonstrate adequate water and sewer capacity. They have to anyway for permitting, but this will tell them, you can't do a well they won't do a well for a lagoon, but this will actually clarify that. Questions on that so far? Good? All right, so let's talk about the units. They absolutely are correct. They are not asking for any more additional units. 3687, it's what's remaining. Now you see down there the blue, it's allowing multifamily and single family, and that's what we're talking about, hopefully in a little while. The other thing I heard come up is that they're cutting down the multifamily uses. They're not. I know the bubble plan makes it look like the orange is reducing. They're actually not. The reason there's a discrepancy in what they talked about in their presentation for multifamily and what actually is remaining is because the multifamily 5, which it's offside a little bit, it's down. I give up. Yeah. Multifamily 5 is now outside of this particular area. They don't control it. So that's 165 units that they have to keep regardless. That has to stay on the books. So that's why there's a difference. Multifamily is not cutting down. I also heard a statement about commercial asking for more. Actually, they're not. If you look on their master plan and their, let me get you a page number. I know you guys like that, and I appreciate that you do. Page 341 of 443 is the master plan. And what this says under the, I'll draw a blank, multifamily, it says 330,524 square feet of BCO uses, parentheses, remaining DRI undeveloped. That is correct. I'm off by 37 square feet from them. Probably because of a building permit, that's probably a patio or something that one of us didn't account for. But they're not asking for additional commercial. They're certainly not asking for 10,000 square feet more. You heard it said about the lagoon that yes, they can do it without this process. They absolutely can. They have commercial land uses. But listening to Commissioner Collins, proposed condition number 5, and I know I'm jumping around, page 360, says BCO uses can utilize general commercial as outlined within the LDC, with the exception of telecommunication towers and multifamily residential uses, and are not subject to the DRI. There's percentage minimums that are weird. Placement of a recreational lagoon-type pool complex may be allowable within the BCO areas. That is already true, but I'm putting it in here to make it very clear that yes, that is allowed, but it is a recreational lagoon-type pool complex. And they talked about a bathing area. I've not heard that term in a while, but we can certainly do that if that's actually the one that the state uses. What else do I have? All right, so gone over the development agreement. These are the footnotes. So I wanted to point out these footnotes to you. Footnote 4, 3-story multifamily units are limited to MF1 and MF4. Right now, the DRI says 1 unit, 1 story, period, for multifamily. So that is something that's significant. They're asking for 2-story in any multifamily areas and 3-story for the particular interior areas. So that is significant change. They're also saying that there's an increase in density. So right now, DRI says 10 units an acre for multifamily. They are proposing no single parcel of 15, and they can't be located adjacent to existing single-family homes as of the effective date of this PUD, which would be if it's adopted by the county commissioners. So they are still limited in number of how many multifamily units, but they are asking to increase the density internally. So I did want to point that out to you. That is also a significant change in the DRI. This is the master plan. The other items that you've pointed out, or you guys have already pointed out, so I'm glad you're reading this. The staff report's in there twice. I don't know why, but I guess I really wanted you to read it, and apparently you did. Impervious surface. Right now, throughout Beverly Hills DRI, you drive up and down those streets, it's 50% for residential. They went 55 and 60 and 65 for residential. We've seen that in other areas. We've not seen that in Beverly Hills and the DRI. There's no allowance for that, so that is a significant change. You've heard the setbacks, the second front of 15 feet versus 25 feet. Frankly, that's not so objectionable. He's correct that that's almost common for developments, but it's not in place right now in the DRI. So pointing that out to you too as a change. The other changes that are proposed are all on that staff report addendum. We do talk about a future agreement between the applicant and the county for the areas that we're talking about, the shared DRA and the donation of Hampshire. Impact fee credits, I heard you guys talk about that. Yeah, that's me that put a flag on that. You can't have impact fee credits already in this development agreement too. It's a separate mechanism. Doesn't mean they won't get them. You know, they're not donating the extra 20 feet out of the goodness of their hearts, so they might be too, but they're also eligible for impact fee credits for that. And the same thing for possibly the fire station. That's something they can do, but it's a separate mechanism, separate criteria. Didn't put it in here. Every time it's mentioned, it says may be eligible. I didn't want to commit to that in this particular agreement. I think I've covered everything. You gave me 5 minutes. I think I was close. It wasn't too bad. Questions?
You set a record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any commissioner? Rob, do you have any questions for staff?
No, sir.
Does the commissioners have any questions for staff? Are you
Lot to
letting her
cover.
off easy?
Yeah, I like that. Thank you. Oh yeah, I knew I'd gotten off easy there.
Commissioner Shara.
I am still self-admittedly confused on ISR.
Okay.
And with these standards related to higher density and higher ISR, without doing the math, we don't have the formula in front of us. Is it possible to get the higher densities that we're looking for at a 50% ISR?
Yes. I don't know because I'm not a designer, but it's unique design. Probably. How's that?
Maybe.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, Beverly Hills is old. It's 1981. 50% is our typical medium-density residential is done throughout the county.
Mm-hmm.
5 dwelling units an acre, they might not get that. They might. So I don't know. It's a design criteria. I'm sorry. I can't really tell you for
That's
sure.
a fair answer.
But you're on the right track of thinking about that, as it is more intense.
Yep.
Yeah, and that is a concern. I heard him say, well, that's 50% of more, that's less grass. Pervious surface might not be grass, it might be trees, there's other things, so.
So when you were talking about the second frontage setback, you used, as time has gone on, that's a reasonable standard. how do you approach the ISR request? As a reasonable or unreasonable request?
Well, I think since 1981, we've done 50% and it's worked. So that's where I have some hesitation on going up to 65 here. I know they want to do townhome type things. Multifamily, commercial, 70%, that's countywide. That's not unusual. The 55, 60, 65 is not anywhere in Beverly Hills right now. It's not Twisted Oaks, Laurel Ridge. So I have some concerns about that in this area. We certainly can point to places that have done it, but not within Beverly Hills.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shara. Anybody else? All right, thank you, Joanna. All right, at this time, the public portion of the meeting will now be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come forward to the podium. And as a reminder, individuals will have 3 minutes and organizations will have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address the board. And if you have any documentation that you want to enter into the record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. And please make sure you state your name and your address when you speak. Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Let's say good afternoon, gentlemen. We've been here all day, and Ms. Collins. My name is Kathy Holbrook. I'm from Homosassa. My information's on there. There's a reason why I don't give my full address. I moved here from Southwest Florida 8 years ago, and I moved here for a reason, because this was country, this was rural. I lived with a planned development like that, literally right off my back porch. The word horrifying when it started, but Naples is entirely different. Here in this county, we have approximately 176,000 people in this county. Of about 160,000 of those are viable adults who are working and functioning in the community. Of that 160, 20% are at or below the poverty level. They're not living in this, nor will they probably ever benefit from it, except maybe they might go up to go shopping. But what I'm concerned about is that we are building bigger and better and quicker and doing all this stuff. We got roads that aren't finished. You're putting a housing complex on Rock Crusher. That road looks like it has gone through the coal patch mill, and it's not functional. We're clear cutting. We're doing all this stuff that is removing our country. Our rural is disappearing by the moment, and there's no plan to keep us rural. I don't care if that road went up here and dumped in the middle of this county. That wouldn't have been my idea either, and I'm not sure it wasn't most of yours. Like I said, I lived in Southwest Florida. I know what happens when there's a 2008-9 downturn. I lived it. I lived all of the vacant, unbuilt houses, the shells of concrete, the shells of cinder blocks, the no roofs, the not taking care of the property because the foreclosure rates were so high. I volunteered with a community group, and we mowed and trimmed foreclosed and abandoned houses for months and months and months. And they're probably still doing it. Every time I hear the word lagoon, all I can think of is a cement pond. We might be rural, but we're not the Clampetts. We are honest to goodness, hardworking people in this county. And in my case, semi-retired, tried that once, didn't work. And I am a real estate agent. But this is not what I'm representing. I'm representing me. And I hope that you will put a break on this until we have a need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I am Cynthia Schmidt. I live at 27 North DeSoto Street, Beverly Hills, Florida. And when I see this, and we talk about affordable housing, I really don't know what it's going to look like in this community. This looks very upscale and exclusive. My big concern with this thing today was talking about a 400 unit ALF. We saw drawings and photos of Grand Living, which has 200 beds. So how are we going to incorporate a 400 bed ALF on this property? What's it going to look like? What's it going to look like to the people that are already there and their single family homes looking at this? And the traffic. I'm not in favor of any tax dollars to be spent on this project. No paying closing costs or impact credits or fee offsets other than what was referenced in the 163 state rule. And I believe that is talking about education credits. Sorry. They built the charter school. We give the credits, so in essence, we pay for the charter school. So is this going to be open and available for anyone to apply to go to that school, or is it also exclusive? And lastly, about the pools and the houses. People move to Florida, they want a pool. They want their own backyard to be able to walk out. Yes, they'll have the lagoon, and that's attractive, and maybe some won't want a pool, but when I talk about two people that are moving here, that's one of the things they look for, a house with a pool. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'll apologize early. I'm not really good public speaker. And I wrote this before this meeting, so some of it's already been talked about.
If you can please state your name
Sorry.
and address. Thank you.
Michelle Rose. I live in Crystal Hills Mini Farms on Jeremy Avenue. I grew up in Citrus County. My family moved here in 1972. Grew to love the small town feeling of this county, a safe place to raise a family. As the years have passed, I've seen a lot of growth, most of it within reason. Since the expressway has completed to Citrus County, I feel it's become unacceptable. The infrastructure isn't here to handle the increased number of developments approved, let alone the massive size of Tuscany Ranch. I see so many reasons this needs to be limited. We call it the Nature Coast here, but I see it changing to a point where the name won't fit anymore. These new neighborhoods are allowed to clear-cut the entire property, leaving so many animals homeless and struggling to find shelter. The earth is molded to redirect water to areas it never ran before. I see overuses of our precious water supply to replant vegetation that isn't native and requires more watering. Tuscany Ranch wants to put in a man-made lagoon in an area with amazing natural water resources. We have beautiful fresh and saltwater recreation, the Gulf, the flats, the lakes, the rivers, and the springs. We don't need our precious drinking water pumped from the ground to fill a man-made lagoon that they're going to fill with chemicals. That doesn't belong here. It's not natural. The effects to our wildlife and groundwater are unknown at this point. What if it leaks into our drinking water? What if it poisons our birds and our wildlife? They don't know the chemicals are there. The roads, the schools, the police, the fire departments, and the government offices are already busy. Yet we approve more and more developments. The roads are being widened, but they won't be wide enough in a year. The land is zoned for a limited number of houses per acre, yet we consider more. The land purchase is purchased with limits, and we shouldn't change it. Don't allow duplexes, quadplexes, and more in residential. It doesn't belong there by definition. We have so many parking lots and storage facilities because there isn't enough room to park additional vehicles and boats and campers, or they're not allowed due to deed restrictions. I don't think we need more storage facilities here. The builders that work here are from other counties and states. Their workers will drive here. They're not going to hire people here. They don't live here. The developer doesn't live here. They travel our already busy roads daily, and they're taking our temporary housing for our low-income people. No one has stated if the multifamily will be owned or rented. Please keep our nature coast the nature coast. Don't turn it into Newport Richey and Port Richey and the endless rows of houses. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Board members, attorneys, and staff, Josh Wooten, CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. I'm just rising to give our support to this application. It just should be noted once again that y'all have noted throughout the hearing is that by right, they can build so many units and so many square feet of commercial. And so those that just do not want it at all, it's not something that this board can necessarily decide. Something is going to go there. This gives you an opportunity to work with the developer, which y'all have, to develop something that this community can be proud of, a product that quite frankly, our number one demographic right now is 35 to 45-year-olds that are moving here. And when you see projects like the Tampa General Hospital at the other end of Forest Ridge, and you think about where are those folks going to live, when you know that we have 550 acres at Holder that's attracting a lot of interest from people in the economic development arena, where are those folks going to live? And this is the type of product that people want right now. And when you have the private sector coming along saying, we will provide that, that's a good thing. And I feel like they're working with y'all. You can tell by the staff report. Our staff does not just rubber stamp things. I mean, they really put people, I don't want to say put them through the ringer, but they hold them accountable for the product that they want here. And if Joanne ain't happy, nobody's happy, and she seems relatively happy with this project. And so your questions have been great today. It's been a long day, but we've enjoyed listening to them. And we need this. When it comes to the commercial part of it, it's been brought up that the county consultant, which is also named Metro, no relation, did say that we're underserved in the commercial area. And this developer has really good contacts in the industry. You know, you can see a major grocer there, you can see a lot of different shops, and that takes trips off the road. Citrus Springs is underserved big time in the commercial arena. And so they will benefit from having shopping opportunities there. If there's recreational opportunities from outsiders, other citrus counties that don't live in the neighborhood, that's great because we need that too. We need something for our younger families to be able to do. So we would urge that we recommend that you approve this and pass it on to the county commission, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Katrina Letourneau, and today I come to you speaking on behalf of the Citrus County Building Alliance. Sitting in this room for the last several hours listening to the presentation, I couldn't help but become a little bored sometimes, and things that you were discussing were over my head, and I happened to look at the wall. And part of our county's vision statement that I learned today was a welcoming, economically vibrant community where people and nature live in harmony. I think that we have a unique opportunity with this development in that we could be getting exactly that. We have a unique opportunity in the fact that this isn't just a neighborhood. This isn't just somewhere where you're going to drive down to get home. This is a sustainable community. This is somewhere where you can grocery shop. You can go to get food or whatever the other places are that they have there. I think that it is an opportunity for us to, and we need to understand that this isn't a tomorrow kind of thing. This is 25 years we're talking about. And if we go back in time 25 years ago, in my memory, I'm thinking about 44 just being 4-laned. I mean, a lot happens in 25 years. So we have the opportunity here to be responsible stewards of growth. And I see this development as responsible growth. Change is inevitable. We can't stop that, but what we can do is be smart about the way that we are allowing things to change. Does this solve every single problem? Does this solve the never building issues? No. However, we do know that growth is coming, and this is a great solution to issues that we're having of neighborhoods not giving us anything more than just housing. This most definitely checks off all those boxes. It was stated that the builders for this development don't live here and the subs don't live here. That's not accurate. We do. And the Building Alliance supports that and will contribute to those builders and those contractors being able to get with this developer. Metro did approach the Building Alliance well over a year ago before they even came to you and spoke with the Building Alliance, proposed what they wanted to do, and asked, what are some things that you see with this plan? And we were able to converse back and forth. So the Building Alliance does support a development of this nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone? All right, seeing none. Mr. Bassel, you have your podium to rebuttal the public comments, please.
Yes, sir. I don't think I have much of a substantive rebuttal. I am going to proffer some conditions for the board's consideration that I think address things raised by Ms. Cotu and by staff, I should say, and the public. I do understand that when you get a notice in the mail that something's happening on property nearby, that is, the worst comes to mind, and you think of a lot of terrible things, and that it's going to happen overnight. I hope that our presentation today has at least quelled some of those concerns and explained what this actually is. So I don't have much of a substantive rebuttal, but if the board has any questions, I don't want to leave them unanswered. So before I tell you what, let me do this, if I could, sir. I'll proffer what I think to be a list of conditions of approval that address the things that we've talked about throughout the day. But I would ask one thing when I'm done with this list. If anything is on your list that we can talk about, I would absolutely appreciate the opportunity to do that. Last time, I closed, sat down, and then because of our quasi-judicial procedure, once my tail hits that seat, there's no more interaction. And we certainly, by me proffering these conditions, I don't want to forget anything or leave anything that's important to you off, and we can engage in that discussion. So here are this is my best attempt to go through that list. And by the way, this is in addition to the staff recommendations of approval, which we agree with. First, sections 8.9.1.2, 8.9.1.4, and 8.9.1.5 shall be amended to provide for the applicant's payment of those fees. These are our closing costs that we discussed. In 8.14.1, we would strike row houses and add, as Ms. Cotu recommended, patio homes, triplexes, and quadruplexes to that definition of single-family attached. In 8.14.3, we would strike the reference to the Land Development Code, which Ms. Cotu pointed out, and I agree, and then add the following, which is important, and this relates to the discussion we were just having. I propose we add this to this section, but also to the residential standards that are on the page 2 of the PUD plan. apartments shall only be permitted in MF districts. That would ensure that apartments are not located. We talked about various ways to address this concern, that apartments be located in that SF yellow area. We don't want to do that, but we want to ensure interchangeability, but we don't want to put apartments in that yellow. So we can simply add that apartments shall only be permitted in the MF district. We can add that as well to the PUD standards. We would then, on a related note, in section 4.4.2, and that's the section that provides for interchangeability, we would strike, actually, we don't need to do that. Well, yes, we can strike multifamily from that list. Excuse me. So we do offer to strike multifamily from the interchangeability in 4.4.2. And then finally, add a definition of lagoon that's consistent with the state definition, and to ensure that it accurately describes the recreational area. And we'll look into that definition of lagoon and public bathing area that Mr. Goyani explained. Did I leave anything unaddressed that's in any of your minds that would cause a concern?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Scherer.
I guess I'm stuck on ISR. I'm attempting to rationalize what is reasonable to try to accomplish, the single family attached and cluster. So I guess what I'm thinking would be, the single family detached, the standard in DRI, the standard in LDC is 50%. It doesn't seem that you've done anything related to the single family detached that really should change that standard. The standard for the multifamily, and now we're thinking apartment buildings, I believe is 70%, if I recall properly. And so that would seem to make sense. The sliding scale going from 60 to 65% for the SFC and the SFA, the cluster and the attached, there doesn't seem to be any real rationale behind that, because by all appearances, they look to be practically the same thing, and perhaps reduce that to the 60%. These comments are made without a calculation, and I feel somewhat, what I'm trying to do is to address the part of the density issue, but without the benefit of having the formula in front of me and doing the math. But that seems like a reasonable guideline there. I think you've addressed the height issue. Now the issue related to multifamily from 10 dwelling acres to 15 dwelling units per acre to 15. Just to be clear, you're talking about it for a particular building or a particular area, you could get to 15, but for the multifamily in sum total, either parcel or in aggregate, it would still remain 10.
Yes, sir. In aggregate, that's correct.
In aggregate across all the multifamily.
Yes, sir.
Not,
Still cannot.
not just a multifamily, not.
In total, cannot exceed 10. In the MF1 and MF4 only, could go to 15, which is essentially going to 3 stories from 2, but not adjacent to any existing homes.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. I'm good with that.
Yes, sir.
So my only suggestion then would be, as we pull back and talk to the board once you're seated, but we'll talk about the ISR and trying to find a middle ground and resolution, knowing that we've exceeded what is in both the DRI and in the LDC. But I don't recall anywhere in the LDC, I said LDR, pardon me, in the LDC that relates to multifamily, or excuse me, single family attached and single family cluster. I think we just refer to it as single family, and clearly the density will be higher there.
Yes, sir. So I think you heard from staff that while the ISR and the variable ISR approach is different than the 1981 Beverly Hills DRI, it is consistent. I think the term was standard in many, and we have a slide comparing other projects approved by the commission that are comparable. So yes, it is different than the 1980, and we are here today to bring a 1981 concept into 2025. I think you've heard explanations that not only is it consistent with some of these projects that Mr. Gibbs has worked on in Citrus County, but also with some of the projects that you saw photos of, but also staff. Here we go. So this does break down some of the comparable ISRs. There's interchangeability in most of these as well. And as you'll see, this is in line with what you see on the screen. It's also important to note that most of Beverly Hills, the developed areas, these are all single-family detached right now. And so the 50% ISR, it's a historic number, but it works for single-family detached. So what we're bringing in is a mix of attached and detached. And so that is the driver for the variable ISR is providing for that mix within a platted subdivision, within each plat having lots that may be detached and attached. I don't know if I'm providing you with an adequate explanation, but I think I can say with confidence that we've been through this, and that at least at the end of the day, the fact that staff is not opposed to this approach in the ISR category, and I don't want to put words in Ms. Cotu's mouth, certainly. I know that it is different than the 1981 Beverly Hills DRI, but it's in line with modern planning concepts and other projects in Citrus County that have been approved.
I didn't hear staff say they weren't opposed, but I would say that what we're looking for is a reasonable answer and a path forward. And I think I heard you say that single-family detached 50% ISR is somewhat standard and works. So I took that as a yes. And the 70% on the multifamily we discussed is relatively common, so we have to address the SFC and the SFA in our conversation.
Yeah, so yes, sir. It is standard and in keeping with modern planning practices, 50% ISR. And I think it was you, Mr. Shara, who pointed out that affordability is something that we think about, right? And one of the main drivers for not pure affordable housing, but just providing housing that is attainable to most, is not making a developer designate half the land as grass. It makes it inefficient. Low density development that historically we've seen, and the article that we talked about earlier in Metro Forecasting's report talking about the need for more modern approaches. It's difficult because I completely understand where you're coming from. Density is a scary word when we're used to 50% ISR. But what the experts are telling us is that if we want housing that is attainable, we need to embrace modern concepts and variable lot configurations like you see in this application.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anybody else have any questions? Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make a statement, while you were at the podium still. The lagoon is, controversial, whether it's right or wrong. But as a parent in the local community, I can tell you that maybe if there's a pivot on the thought of the lagoon or something in the future, this area is sorely underdeveloped in the youth sports arena. All of the county facilities are bursting at the seams. There's no real plan. I know that there's a lot of people out there talking and trying, but this particular property located in the center of the county where it's at, a recreational facility, youth soccer, anything along those lines, I believe is definitely would be welcomed in the community. So if the lagoon doesn't work, or maybe you guys decide to pivot one way or the other, or any future development, some youth sports complexes, multi-use, would definitely be something that this county could use.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I agree completely. My son was at a baseball tournament at Whispering Pines 2 weeks ago. I agree.
Yeah, it's a mess.
All right, no other questions for you, Rob. So at this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing down, and I'm going to bring the discussion back to the board. Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Commissioner Collins, thank you.
being familiar with this project, haven't worked with it in the past when I was with the county. I mean, this plan's been in place since 1981, and just the southern portion was really built out. And you need to keep in mind that this is a 25-year plan. It's market-driven. And I do appreciate that this now modernizes that master plan. It really does, because we do need different types of housing opportunities. And I think this will bring it. This is in the county's planned service area. It's the area where the county projects to have the highest densities and intensities. And so to that extent, it's a good modernization of what the master plan could have provided. So you've addressed all of the concerns that I had from the last meeting. That helped having an updated development agreement. So thank you with everything with the prop share and addressing how the impact fees and everything credits will be handled. It's bringing a lot of good things to the community. I appreciate what's going on with the fire station, the charter school. It's working with the county with regards to the roadway improvements, which, that's an area that's going to have to be addressed next. So to that extent, and as long as you meet all the conditions that you just came and described, I have no objections to this being updated.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins. Commissioner Bramlett.
Yeah, so, we've pretty much beat this thing down. I believe that this is our third meeting on this particular application. I think we've been talking about this application for going on 4 hours now. I think it was about 10:30 or something like that. So I just would want to make it known and stated and for the record, and anybody in the public that may watch the videos on YouTube after the fact, to, the term Mr. Wooten used it, and we hear it a lot of times up here, and I take offense to it a lot of times, the rubber stamping, the rubber stamping and the you people and, vilifying the developers and, anybody that's trying to make money. But I think in this particular instance, these developers and the people that are involved in this particular project should be commended, in my opinion. I know that might not be, the popular vote outside of these four walls, or anybody that has, a little bit more of an in-depth knowledge of what they're particularly planning to put in. But the fact that they're not increasing the density, no additional units. So what really we have the opportunity, like Ms. Lawton, I think, for the Laterno, for the Builders Association, we have the opportunity to put in our 2 cents. The public gets an opportunity to talk. They'll get another opportunity to talk at the BOCC meetings and kind of put their 2 cents in and tell. So as opposed to just allowing a plan that's 45 years old and outdated, so now we get to modernize it, like Mr. Batzel is talking about. So along with all of the changes that we've talked about and the additions, I would just want to say that I don't, the in the weeds conversation about the multifamily and the discrepancies, I think that needs to be cleaned up moving forward. Somewhere we need to get some more vital definitions so that this doesn't happen again in the future. But that I'm in favor of this application, along with all of the, changes and amendments that we talked about.
Thank you, Commissioner Bramlett. Commissioner Bozeman.
Yes, sir. You guys must want this bad. Y'all been through the meat grinder. And I do personally appreciate the effort that you put into it. I've only been on this commission for a short period of time, but what I've seen is y'all have done well, and it doesn't mean that you got some things, still got a few I's to dot and T's to cross, but you have put forth the effort, and like my colleague next door here said, I think you guys have really stepped up to make this happen. I like this kind of development concept, the mixed use with the commercial, the residential. It's walkable, potential for, and I think that the demographics in this county are going to change. They're already changing. We're already seeing some younger people move here because there's opportunity. I think that's a good thing. Looking at my notes, hang on. A couple things I liked, and I hope that you're committed to, because, you know, say what you're gonna do, but do what you say. And that's important. That's very important, not just to me, but to a lot of people. And I think you guys, my initial reaction is I believe that you're going to make an effort. Yeah, you're in this to make money. There's no doubt. There's no denying that. However, I think the product that you're bringing forward is going to be overall good for this area. And changing, like I've heard before, the original plan, what would have happened had this have been built in 1981 versus what's it going to look like today? I think it's going to be a real good addition to the county. I like the comments about the ALF. I mean, that's something that's going to continue to be needed. Hell, I may end up in one day. I don't know. I hope, you know. The child care piece, as we start to see younger people moving here, the offering of that piece, that's a great idea. I'd like to see that. Again, the commercial, potential medical operations, the partnership you have with a lot of the builders. You know, those are nationally known quality people. Use the local folks. I think, bless you, I think we do have a good group of local people here that can be used. Now, do we have the capacity? We'll see. I think the capacity will grow as the demand grows, as the need grows. And so I would hope you would commit to doing that whenever possible. Use our local folks, if you can, please. And again, the area that you're looking to build this in is the area that's pretty much been designated as the preferred portion of the county in that Central Ridge area. So I'm glad to see this. And, you know, finally, if you could maybe take a look at some construction techniques on the ISRs. There are ways to go about that to maybe reduce, even in some of those multifamily sections where your ISR requests and requirements are higher. But I think there's some work that can be done in the management of the stormwater, you know, the conservation measures you have built into your product. I like with the low flush toilets, et cetera, et cetera. And let's get that purple pipe in the ground and get that reclaimed water in it. That's important, because there is a delta that's going to cross at some point with consumption versus your ability to replace some of that consumption with the reclaimed water. But I am in favor of this, and I will support it.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Stone.
I have the same issues that my colleague Robert has regarding the ISR. I have no objection to the 70% for multifamily. Increasing the single-family residence to above 50% in this particular area, I don't think is appropriate, despite Mr. Batzel's assurances to the contrary. So I would like to see that change made before we approve it. If we can do that, I will definitely support it as submitted, other than with the ISR of increase above 50% for single-family residents.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Shara.
I'll make this brief. I'm talked out. I think it's important for all of us to recognize that the 1981 DRI would allow this developer to build these number of units even under those conditions without being updated. So there is no overall increase in density in the parcel. The word modernize or bring into current practice the 1981 DRI with the PUD makes a lot of sense. I am a strong supporter of the blend of commercial, recreational, and residential. As I've mentioned, I've lived in that community in Jupiter, Florida. It works well. One thing, if I could lobby for, would be to see the schools, they could reach agreement, y'all could reach agreement with the schools to make these schools public versus private or charter. I really do think that, you know, the community needs access for the schools. I'm not familiar with the details of those agreements. I won't make any further comments other than, you know, public community schools are good, where people can go to school where they live. On the ISR density issue, I've backed off a bit. I would like to see a discussion here amongst us about keeping the single-family SFD at 50. Of course, the MF at 70 is stated, and even compromise on the SFC, SFA at a number that is at 60%. I have no calculation behind that, other than it seems to be logical. I wouldn't fall on my sword on that, however. But I do think the SFD at 50, the MF at 70 makes sense. It's consistent with what we're doing. I know we're looking at these facts in front of us, but we try to be consistent where we can. So with that discussion, if we can talk about the ISR, I'm in full support.
I would just mention the table that we have before us, and pretty much everything that we see up there in front of us, this entire board voted on and approved. So to hold this particular application in a different light than we held others, I know every application stands on its own merit and its own base, but we're dealing with a 1981 at 50%, and meanwhile we've approved up to 65% on single-family detached on some of these others. So I think that there needs to be, I would not support pushing the single-family detached down to 50%, not when I was part of a board that has already voted for at least 55% in one instance, 65% in another instance. So however we want to hash that out, I'm okay with, but personally, I would be fine with the application as presented by the applicant. I don't think it's egregious.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If I could?
Commissioner Shara.
Just as a matter of discussion, Brentwood, which we've addressed here while I was on the board, single families at 50%, multifamilies at 70%. I look at the others. We make these decisions and we try to be consistent, but as I say, I have no calculations behind it. I'm not hard over on it. I think the 50% makes sense for the detached. We've done that as late as Brentwood. And 65 seems to be reasonable for the other two. I don't know if there's a reason to differentiate between the two of them. Just a thought.
Thank you. Commissioner Facemeyer.
I support the proposal. If majority of my colleagues want to revisit the ISR issue, I would still support it. I will support it either way.
Thank you. Along with my colleagues, I do find this application unique in so many different ways. I've been following Metro for 5 years. Didn't know they were going to end up in our county. Did not think that if they did come to our county, they would go to Beverly Hills, because your character of your past is very rural areas, and you redefine the areas in a very nice way. So I was kind of shocked to find out that you wanted to put this development right in the middle of Beverly Hills. But with that being said, I like the concept. I do like everything that you bring, except the traffic. I don't know about the traffic. I don't know about the roads. I don't know. I appreciate a lot of things that you guys have done. You worked hard on this. I am in favor of this application, but I do want to make sure that the conditions that Rob has mentioned, that it would be added to the existing conditions for the review of the BOCC. And to remind the board here that we have 2 approvals or denials, development agreement and a PUD, that would be voted separately. So thank you, Metro. Thank you, Rob, for the presentation. No, there is not a development perfect, and neither is yours. But it's very close. So I appreciate all your hard work that you did to revise it. I'm glad you listened to us, and I just hope you listen to the BOCC and make those changes. So I am in favor. I'm not at liberty to, I don't feel like we need to discuss the ISR. I don't think that it's an issue, considering I was on the same board as Commissioner Bramlett, that we've approved higher numbers than, or the same numbers that they're asking for. So they're not asking for anything that we have not already given to other developers. So I don't want to, change that concept, but I'm only one of 7 up here. So if you're going to make a motion, just remember it's a motion for two separate applicants.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could, what is the thinking regarding ISR? I know where 2 of my colleagues stand.
Well, I would suggest that the chair just poll the board, and if there's energy to discuss it further, we will. If the majority thinks it's okay the way it is, we proceed.
Fair approach, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stone, how do you feel about the ISR?
Like I said, I think for single-family residents, 50% is appropriate. Listening to you talk, I can concur with their single-family attached and clusters and that, but just single-family detached, I think should still be 50%. Like I said, I don't object to the 70% multifamily or apartments.
Thank you, Commissioner Facemeyer.
I'm okay with the way it's presented.
Commissioner Collins.
I'm okay with the way it's presented.
Commissioner Shara.
You have my position.
And my position is not unchanged.
Yeah, so just to be clear, we're talking about single-family detached 55%, so we're discussing 5% on that. Single-family cluster, they have at 60%. I'm not sure what the dissension is for that particular portion of it, and the single-family attached is at 65%. And then I would just say that I'm in favor of all of those. We've approved them in the past. They're not, this development is going to be over and above what some of the past developers have come in. So I'm in favor of as presented.
Commissioner Bozeman.
I'm also, I'm also in favor of as it was presented. And I see in this developer the potential from a sustainability standpoint, from a public perception standpoint. If there are opportunities to improve that ISR, then I would hope that you would.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Shara.
Reading the tea leaves on the wall, I'll concede my point. But please understand that my logic was on the single-family detached following our LDC. And I realize we've made other decisions in the past. So I will go with the current what is proposed in the development agreement.
Thank you, Commissioner Shara. For a purpose of a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Shara.
I should pull out my numbers. I'm so sorry.
In the interest of time, it sounds like we're in favor of most of it. Can we just add and say we're doing them both? Just add both?
You have to do 2 separate motions.
They have to be 2 separate.
Right, and one correction.
I was trying to shave like
apologize.
5 minutes off.
I know.
Sorry.
Condition number 2 says the LDC use in the PUD. It should be LCC. That's the Life Care Center. It's my computer changing it. Apologize for that.
Tell you what, I'll split it with you. I'll do one, you can do one. The planning and, for the purpose of a motion, the Planning and Development Commission finds application number DA-2024-00002 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and Citrus County Land Development Code, and this board recommends approval with conditions that have been discussed and documented in this meeting. The application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented in the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
So we got a first by Commissioner Shara,
Second.
a second by Commissioner Bozeman. On the conditions, Ms. Katu, for the,
There were the development agreement conditions. This is a development agreement outlined by Mr. Batzel. His people are also going to provide a definition of lagoon, but he had gone over those, I think, pretty much in detail.
Thank
I've got
you.
them already.
just wanted that on record. Thank you. Any further discussion about the development agreement? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
The Planning and Development Commission finds application number DA-20224-00002.
You're on the wrong one, sir. We're on the PUD
Oh, I'm sorry.
2663.
PUD 2663. Consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends approval with conditions of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
We have a first from Commissioner Bramlett.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Facemeyer. Any further discussions? All in favor on this application, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
And Mr. Chair, this is scheduled for the Board of County Commissioners on May 13th at 5:01 and 5:05 p.m.
Thank you. Rob, please just make those changes before the BOCC meeting. You got a couple weeks.
Thank you, will do. Thank you.
Do you have any other discussions?
Just a reminder, we do not have a May 1st meeting, so after this
Yeah, yeah.
long one, you get a break. We will see you again on May 15th, and we have already booked up the June meetings as well, so things are not being quiet for you. It's not slowed down a lot, so we'll see you in about a month.
All right. Mr. Landon, you have nothing? All right, no other business comes before this board? Motion adjourned.
Still having a meeting.
All right.